and away. And away we go. Hey, YouTube, welcome in. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. If you're not watching live, I'm sure you're not watching live. I just hit go live. Why would you be watching right now? It's more likely that you're watching on the video if you're watching at all. And if you're watching on the video, it would be amazing if you subscribe to the channel. It's free, sparkling free. It would be great if you also hit the like button. Thank you very much. I would appreciate that. It helps the stream and the channel get out to more people. Today we are doing a trip prep. We'll be camping live this week, and we're getting ready for that on stream. Today we're prepping for a couple different recipes. Today we're prepping for these freakishly delicious olives warmed by the fire. And we are prepping for this meal, which is a kebab party. It includes lamb kebabs, a sweet and sour salad, and bread, a flatbread, all made over the grill except the salad, which is a fresh salad. And then we're also prepping for these gingery baked apples, which I've had before and are quite lovely. All of this comes from the cookbook Cook It Wild, which has been a very good resource so far. Anyway, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a home cook. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. Thanks for hopping into the video or the live stream if you are catching us live. Our stream is all about cooking and conversation. We do a lot of meal prep. We do a lot of recipe development. I do baking. We do trip prep, which is what we're doing today. We also get out in the world to do IRL streams out and about in the city of Philadelphia, and as well in the worlds beyond, which is again what we're prepping for, and we'll be doing that on stream. We have a very enthusiastic community. Think of your friends hanging out at your house while you're cooking dinner. Those kinds of conversations are what we do here. If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to see a replay of the chat in the bottom left corner if you're on the horizontal stream. And if you're watching on the vertical stream, it's going to be somewhere down below here. Or if there's multiple cameras, it's going to be in the middle. That is what I'm responding to. We are live on both Twitch and on YouTube. A lot of the chat is on Twitch. Feel free to hop over there if that's where you are. We're under the same name, Eat It Dads. And if you were watching on Twitch, it would be great if you went and subscribed on YouTube. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. We're going to get started today because we have a little bit to do. It's not going to take a whole lot of time. But we are going to get started. I should also note that if you are watching the stream live on any channel, both subscriptions and follows are silent. So there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, nothing's going to happen, no alarms, no bells. If you hit follow, I'm not going to say hi to you. We're a very lurker-friendly channel, and if no one is chatting, I will fill the gaping void of silence from chat with the sound of my own voice describing what I'm doing, and often with the internal monologue in my head, which is terrifying. Please chat or don't and see what happens. It's up to you, really. But again, if you're watching on YouTube, please like, please subscribe. I would appreciate it. And away we go. All right, so let's get started. First thing we're going to do today is make the spice blend for the lamb. These are sizzling cumin lamb kebabs. So first step, soak 10 wooden skewers for 30 minutes. We're going to do that in a little bit. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to do that right now because it says to do it right now. And like, why wouldn't you do it right now? It will literally take moments to do that. Do these fit in this pan? Of course they don't. Why would they fit in that pan? That would be easy. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Yeah, they don't fit. Let's put those in. Let's put those in a separate pan. Do we have a separate pan? No. Where's that separate pan? Is it in the freezer? Damn it. We're off to a great start. We really are. Is it in the oven? No. Is it in here? No. No. What the fuck? Where did it go? Where did it go? That's fine. That's fine. We'll put them in here. I literally don't know where the pan that I was just looking. No, I don't know where the pan that I wanted to use went, which is annoying. But that's okay. Okay, let's I'm gonna put some water in this. I don't know. I don't think it matters how long they soak for. I think it just says like 30 minutes, but maybe they can soak for longer. I'm sure it's fine. I got some new skewers at the store because I couldn't find the old ones. Old ones meaning the ones that I had before. I don't think I used all of them, but maybe I did. I don't know. It's fine. We're going to soak 10 of these, it says. I'm actually going to soak a few more than that because I feel like I have a little bit more meat than the recipe calls for. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This recipe also only calls for meat on the kebabs. It does not call for like additional ingredients. So we'll see how many I need. I do know that if I don't soak a bunch, I will probably need them. All right, these can go in this drawer all the way in the back because they don't really get used. They're not a use it all the time thing. Okay, why is this not my phone over here is not connecting to the chat on YouTube, and that is weird. Not weird, that's normal. It's just annoying because I would like it to do that because then it will show me that. Okay, YouTube, reconnect. Okay, well, let's see if that goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, I can see it over here. All right, so we're soaking the skewers. Toast the spices. Meanwhile, on a dry skillet, combine the peppercorns and cumin and toast, stirring frequently. About 2 minutes, it says. So let's do this. We have our Szechuan peppercorns and dried cumin. How much of those? 2 tablespoons. So it says 2 tablespoons of a tablespoon of whole Szechuan peppercorns, 2 tablespoons of whole cumin seeds. So we're going to do a little bit more than that. So I'm just going to, because I have about a half a pound more lamb than the recipe calls for, I am going to do a little bit more spice than the recipe calls for because then I'll know that I have enough. So let's do a quick little toast of our seed. And we're going to do this in a little frying pan here. Calls for a tablespoon of peppercorns, Szechuan peppercorns. So we're going to do like a tablespoon and a half, which, you know, is half again what I needed. And then we'll do a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons of cumin seeds. So we'll do 3 tablespoons of cumin seeds. So we're going to take each of these and do another like half of the measure. And like the worst thing is I end up with extra spice. Like, what is the problem there, really? Okay, so we are going to do the peppercorns and cumin seeds, and I also need a it calls for chili flakes. I don't have chili flakes, and I did not see them at the at Reading Terminal yesterday. They didn't have them, and then when I went to the other grocer, I forgot to look for them because I forgot that I still needed them. So we're going to use Aleppo pepper today because I think that's probably about the same. It's not the same. I realize it's not the same. I'm not asking for what the difference is, so I just know that they're not the same. But one, Aleppo is a little less spicy, has a little less heat than chili flakes. I do know that. Okay, so that called for 2 teaspoons. We're going to use 3 because, again, we're taking another half of what it calls for. And then we're going to, let me see, what else do I need? Yep. Szechuan peppercorns, cumin, chili, salt, garlic clove, vegetable oil. Okay, we're gonna use olive oil, but that's okay. Tatsu, welcome back. Ordered autocrat coffee syrup. Yes, it is all my fault. I will take all of the blame for that. You're welcome when you like it. Dan asked, do I eat lamb often? You know, I don't. I don't. I actually I don't think I've ever cooked lamb. I often get lamb when I order food. So I will do lamb with when we do carry out sometimes. Often I like getting lamb when we order Indian. But I don't generally eat lamb. Is that an all-clad or a Cuisinart out? It's an all-clad. Let's check and see if my stove camera works. We should see a pan there. We do. Lovely. Okay. Let's come over to the stove for just a minute here. We're going to toast. Come on. There it goes. Okay. So we're going to toast these until the cumin is slightly colored and the mixture is intensely aromatic. About 2 minutes, it says. So let's do that. So we're looking for a color change in the cumin. So it's perfect camping trip food. You know, it is. It really is. If you have a griddle, you can do that over the fire. You could do the meat in a cast iron pan too. It would be super easy. We got our lamb within 25 miles of the shop. The person who sold this to me, I got this at Reading Terminal, and they were like, this is American lamb. They made a point to tell me that it was from the U.S. because they were like, often, you know, the lamb that you see in the store is from Australia, and we sell meat from the U.S. And I was like, okay, so I don't know if that makes a difference to anyone here, but like, this is American lamb. Camille says I've only had lamb in a euro. Yeah, and that's sort of my experience too. Is like, I'll order it, but I don't cook with it. I don't cook with a lot of meat in general. Like, I'm not a big, beef is not usually on the menu here. This lamb was a U.S. citizen. I don't know where exactly it was from, but I got it at Martin's Quality Meat and Sausage, which is a good vendor that I love. But it, yeah, they were basically like, yeah, I mean, he like unprompted told me where it came from, which was kind of funny. I was like, okay. I didn't ask, but it was provided anyway. Shepherd's pie has to have lamb in it. Well, cottage pie does not. And that's like a nomenclature thing. All right, we're smoking. We're looking good here. Tatsu says New Zealand has the best lamb. I had no idea. I know that like Australia has like lamb and beef as a huge export, but I didn't know that it was like a thing where you're like, this is Australian lamb and it's good. But I think the person told me that in the context of like, this might be a little different than what you're used to, which to me, I was like, okay, like that's fine, right? Like, I guess I don't eat lamb often enough to like know the difference. That's, I think, the point that I was looking at. Bring berries to put in your... I've never put berries in my s'mores. That's a good idea. I love we were talking about shepherd's pie and cottage pie. I personally love mountain pie, which is basically 2 pieces of bread slammed together with sweets in between them and toasted. I could totally see putting berries in that. That sounds delicious, honestly. All right, so we've got these spices. Transfer the spices and chili flakes to a spice mill, mortar, or resealable bag. Grind or crush with a heavy object to make a very coarse powder, it says. Very coarse. So we're going to put these... We're going to put these in our spice grinder. And now this is, you know, I usually use, I've only ever put black pepper in here so far. So this is a nice little change. We're getting to use my spice grinder for what it's intended for, which is grinding different spices. So we're adding our chili, our cumin, our Sichuan peppercorns, and now our chili flakes. Chili flakes, not chili flakes meaning Aleppo flakes, Aleppo powder in the context of what I'm doing with it today. I'm going to grind it right back into this bowl. So this is a little spice grinder. Now let's set it to it says a coarse grind, but I don't want this to be like fully like big coarse energy. Here's what we're going to do. I actually have to do this in 2 phases because there's not enough space in the spice grinder for all of this. So I'm going to mix this up in this bowl so that it's a bit of a, so it's not like, so that it blends together. So we're going to do a blend of whole spices. I'm going to fill this little hopper here, and then I'll dump the rest of this into this cup. And then we'll just do this in 2 parts. Okay, easy enough. All right, so we're going to set this to be a coarse-ish grind. That is a great suggestion. That is I like that. I've never, we were talking about this on the last stream about doing things in the orange roll. Or in the orange peel. Cinnamon rolls sound great. This is going to take a little while because it's a full hopper and we're doing this twice. But we're making a spice for the lamb. This is both for the marinade and for the let's see. Yeah, this is for, so half of this is for the marinade, and then half of this is for the, when it's cooked. Or when it is cooking, you season it with this plus the salt. So we're adding to this, we're adding salt to this afterwards, kosher salt specifically. I think I can go a little bit coarser with the grind here. What I don't want is for whole cumin seeds to be sneaking through. And when I go that coarse, they are. So I do want the cumin seeds to grind as much as they can. Yeah, that is fascinating. I've definitely never put berries in a s'more. Now, I'm certainly not against it. It sounds great. I feel like, depending on your berries, I feel like raspberries would be good because of the like all berries would be good, but the tartness of them. Raspberries also squish really well. Like they're a bit softer of a berry, so I feel like they would when you like press the s'more down, they would squish in very satisfyingly. For doing a mountain pie or a pie iron pie, they would be a, I think raspberries would be great for inside of there because they would not bust through the bread when you close the thing. That's my issue with using like pieces of chocolate, like hard chocolate in there. Sometimes the corners poke through the bread and then it's like, it's not great. What are salmon berries? Is that roe? Is that like a different name? Is that a different name for like caviar? That'd be funny if it were. I'm sure it's not, but it sounds like it could be. Grinding away here. We're almost finished with this first round. So this little spice grinder is quite nice for this. I've been happy with it for black pepper, and it's doing exactly what it needs to do for this blend. Interesting. Okay, they're pink like salmon. That's cool. We have a thing on the East Coast here called wineberries, which have a very short season that are very much like raspberries, only more delicate, but they are more red than they're more red. Frog says the wealthier version sounds the same as row, row, row your boat, but they're talking about something else. That's that's funny. If I'm wealthy, I'm probably not rowing my own boat, to be honest. Unless I am in crew. You have to say it with your teeth clenched like you're rich. Yes, we're going sculling. Anyway, row, row, row your boat indeed. We're grinding away. We're almost finished with this first round here. I can see there's not that many berries left. That's super cool. I love the different like regional varieties of stuff like that. Like I've never heard of salmon berries before. I don't know that I would have ever heard of salmon berries if not for this conversation. Maybe I would have at some point, but certainly it would have happened later in life and not today. All right, that's enough for that one. There's a little bit left in there, not a ton, but let's get our next round. Let's get our next round in here. Hopefully this all fits. Oh yeah, it does. That's like less than half. Great. So this little spice grinder is kind of nice. I enjoy it. Oh, they're in Stardew Valley. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm 41 and I don't play video games, so that's why I don't know anything about this. I do not embody either demographic that you just mentioned. So, no, I don't feel bad. I guess I kind of do, but like, I feel, I was just about to say I feel left out, but I don't. I don't feel left out. Like, not even a little bit. I feel fine having not known the Stardew Valley information. I've watched Stardew Valley being played before, but I don't think I've internalized any of the actual game mechanics or, like, logistics of it. Yeah. What is a deep thought birthday? I'm unfamiliar with that term as well. I feel like I'm just not familiar with so many things. Woo, getting a workout in doing this. But this is why I got this thing, because it like can grind all those spices all at once and is not a coffee grinder. Okay, so that was a Hitchhiker's reference that went over my head. Understood. 40, I know 42 is the answer to the question. We had a moment in chat, and I actually clipped this, and it didn't happen recently, but Someone asked, like, what's the answer? What is the secret to the universe? So someone asked the right question, and then the next person in chat hit check in, and it was 40. They were in check in number 42, and it was kind of amazing. And I'll never forget it because I clipped it, which is how I remember things that happen on stream. Almost there. Let's go fast. If you go faster, it things come out of the hopper, and it is annoying. Went to Japan for 2 weeks. 2 weeks is like the right amount of time to go to Japan, I feel like. My partner went to Japan for 2 weeks, not last summer, but the fall before that. Right after she like went from TwitchCon to Japan. And it was, she said it was like just, it was like a good amount of time to feel good. She was like, I was kind of ready to come home, but I was also ready to stay forever. Which is my understanding of how basically everyone experiences Japan. Like, oh, I kind of want to stay there. I feel like that's probably, if I'm guessing, that's sort of like how you experience Japan as a tourist. I feel like living there might be a little different. I don't know. I haven't talked to enough people who have lived there. I wonder what it's like to work there. Like to have to experience like the work culture there. I mean like remote, like not necessarily working remote, because like if you work remote, the work culture is whatever you know your remote culture is from whatever your company is. But be interesting to try to like be there and be employed as like an in-person employee. And Dan says I had to Google what Stardew is. Nuts. That's I can appreciate that. I'm feeling it's like working anywhere else. And I mean, I guess you hear so much about like the work ethic in Japan and sort of the expectations, cultural expectations. I guess maybe it's more like corporate expectations, if that's kind of, to steal a corporate term, drilling down on it a little bit. All right, last minute or so here. We're almost finished. I can see the bottom of the thing. I can see all the little like last bits going into the hopper here. We're almost finished. Getting through. There we go. You can tell you're done when it stops feeling like anything's being ground in there. I hope Gwen had a good Mother's Day. Dan, I think she did. What did Gwen do for Mother's Day? Well, for the first half of it, she was home alone because Calvin and I were out camping. And then when we got home, she had already left to go out to brunch with some friends. And then she was out at brunch until about 8 p.m. So what did Gwen do for Mother's Day? Not interact with her family at all, which I think is what she wanted. Okay, so we have made the spice blend. Now we need to trim the meat. Pack half the spice in a resealable bag or container. Reserve the second half for the next step. Okay, so let's put these in a resealable bag. It's a long brunch. I know, Velos. They went from there. They went from brunch to like somewhere else and then like somewhere else after that. So it was definitely a long brunch, and I think it probably felt like a long brunch. I'm putting this that half of the spice in my box, in the box that's like going camping. So I know where it is. Cut the lamb. In a medium bowl, combine the garlic, vegetable oil, and reserved spice mix and stir well. Cut the lamb into 1-inch cubes. Slice the additional fat. Add the lamb and fat to the garlic oil mixture and stir well. Okay, so let's do our, let's get our garlic garlic out, then the lamb, and we'll cut those, and then I'll combine those, and then we will move to the next thing. So the garlic is part of the marinade, which is lovely. Hard to get me home after I get going, Dan says. It's, you know, some folks have that in them. I do not. I do not have that level of like brunch in me. If I'm out for brunch, I would basically, I don't want to go to brunch. And if I'm out for brunch, I would like to be home as soon as possible. That is how I experience brunch. But I understand that it is like, for some people, it's a lovely, like, good experience. It is easy to get me to go home after brunch. All you have to do is be like, should we get the check? And I'm like, yup. Yes, please. Mainly because I don't usually eat in the middle of the day. That's really it. Like, I generally, if I'm going to eat, I eat like first thing, or I'll eat like later in the day. I'm very sort of like polarized. Brunch is like a weird time to consume food for me, just in general. Okay, let's do, what are we doing with this garlic? We are finely chopping it. Cool. I should have just put this through the spice blender, the spice thing too. It wouldn't work in there, but it would be fun to try. Actually, probably wouldn't be fun to try. It would probably be maddening to try. And then it would get all stuck and gross, and then I'd have to spend a long time washing the thing. So like, let me go back on that statement and say that we should not put this through the spice blender. If I was doing this in a mortar and pestle, I might. That would be fine, but not in the mechanical spice blender. Broccoli, welcome in. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Time check, 15:26. All right, so my son should be home from school sometime in the next 30 to 40 minutes. I will check on his progress at about 1600 and see where he's at. I'm aiming, by the way, I am aiming to finish stream today. I don't have to be finished by 5. Like the schedule in Discord and on Twitch says 5:30 p.m., I believe. I don't have to be finished by then because karate was canceled tonight. So that's partially why I spent so much time talking at the beginning of the stream. But it is also, I'd like to be finished here by about 7 p.m. 7 p.m. at the latest, because one, I don't think it'll take me till 7 p.m. to finish all this stuff, but two, I would like to get started doing a little bit of packing, because I haven't fully gotten to do that yet, and I'd like to get my camping stuff together, because packing for IRL camping is a bit different than packing for a regular camping trip. There's more things, there's both less and more things to consider, and I want to make sure that I fully consider those. Okay, what else are we doing today? I don't think I'm doing anything else that requires slicing vegetables, so we're going to take this take these scraps, take these little few garlic scraps here and pop them into my freezer scrap bag for stock purposes later on. I used a bunch of that stock that we made last time to make the tomato lentil soup for this past weekend, which was super satisfying because I used a lot of it, which was awesome. Okay, so we have a lamb roast here. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick before we get started on that, because meat, because I'm going to be putting my hands into gloves. Well, I'm going to use gloves while I'm doing this, but I am also going to wash them first, as one does. All right. So in my bowl here, we have the garlic and spice mix. Don't have the spice mix. Now we have the spice mix. I'm going to add oil to this. How much oil does this call for? 2 tablespoons. So we're going to do three tablespoons of, it calls for vegetable oil, but I'm going to use olive oil because I prefer it. 1. 2, the vegetable oil is up way high in the cabinet and not very accessible. And I don't really need a third reason. So there we go. That's why. I'm just refilling my olive oil container. I need to figure out what's for dinner tonight too. I feel like I made meatball subs last night, which were good. I feel like I want to do, I have leftover meatballs. I feel like I kind of just want to do pasta tonight. So again, we're sort of time and a halfing this. So this calls for 2 tablespoons. So we're going to do 3 plus a little extra for what sticks to the spoon. There we go. And put the olive oil back over there on the floor where it lives. And this thing is not connecting. So I still am not seeing any YouTube related activity on my stream phone here, and that is annoying. It's telling me that it's not finding any live streams, but it is definitely live on YouTube, and I know this because I confirmed it on the connect to YouTube. Okay, let's see. At eat at Dad's. Connect to all active YouTube live streams. Save. No live streams found. Interesting. Yeah, so Fluff, no chats. It will come through. See, I see one now. Carol, hello. Hello, Carol on YouTube. And this is why I see there's at least I can see it on I can see it on the I can see it on my laptop, but it's annoying that I cannot see it on my phone. Mainly it's annoying because I'm like, why is it not? It says subscribe anyway, subscription. Yeah, I do. I subscribe to the Stream Buddy. This is a premium only feature. Yes, I know. That's why I pay for the premium. It says sub only mode on YouTube. Yes, correct. It is sub only mode on YouTube because YouTube has more trolls, because more people see the stream, because it shows it to more people, because their algorithm is different than Twitch. Anyway, Carol on YouTube made some souffle and did an all kitchen closet cleaning. Hell yeah. Can't move my back. Well, that part's annoying, and I empathize with you deeply, having just slept on the ground going camping last weekend. Different than cleaning out a kitchen closet, but that is very satisfying. Yes, if you are watching on Twitch, it would be amazing if you would subscribe on YouTube, because that also helps the channel. There's a link to that in chat, on the Twitch chat. This is a piece of lamb. I'm going to cut this up. This is a lamb roast that I got again at Reading Terminal. I got this at Martin's Quality Meat and Sausage. It is a meat vendor there. There were several places that had lamb. This place happen to have a whole like lamb roast that I could just get, instead of buying like lamb steaks. So this seemed better because I can like cut it up into cubes myself, which is nice. But this is all sort of folded up. So we're going to unfold this and try. The goal here is to get this cut into some even pieces here. So this is a, excuse me, this is, I'm going to cut this basically into like 1-inch pieces that I can kebab. So little bits here. And I do want a little bit of fat on each of these. Lamb is, hold on, where's my spoon? There it is. Okay. So I'm just gonna, I needed to stir my oil, garlic, spice mix here before tossing this lamb in it. Okay, so we're gonna cut this all up. Now I anticipate being at the campsite and grilling all of this. I am not going to eat all of this. Like, let me be super clear. I am going to cook all of it though. I am also going to save some of it and bring it home because my son was like, that sounds really good. Can you make that at our next camp out? And I was like, well, maybe, but I could also just like bring some of it home. You know what I mean? And that will be the goal. So we're going to take this, we're leaving all the fat on it. I'm not trimming any of it because the recipe actually says in an ideal situation, your butcher has extra lamb fat that you can get from them, which I did ask for. And they were like, no, we don't. If you call ahead, you know, we'll save it for you when we're doing the butchering. And I was like, well, I'm here now and did not call ahead, so I guess I'll just take what you got. So that's fine. But we're leaving all the fat on here. It looks great. And we'll try to put a mix of pieces that have like big fat on them and a mix of pieces that don't. So we're going to try to like mix this up when we do the thing. Kosher Bacon says, I picked up a tent cot yesterday. Yup, same. Honestly, I got a tent cot because I fully plan on using it for the trip this week. I was basically like, I am not going to recover from sleeping on the ground before sleeping on the ground again. So we need to, something needs to change because I cannot do this again, basically. Yeah. Yes. Freeze the rendered drippings. That would be fun. I am probably not going to do that because I'm cooking these over a fire. But were I cooking these like in the oven, like obviously you could definitely cook these in the oven too on a little rack. And if I was doing that, I would certainly put like a sheet pan underneath to collect everything. I could probably do that in the on the campfire too, but I feel like that's going to be might be a lot of effort. We'll see. If I think about it and like consider it at that moment, I might, because it's, you know, there's a good bit of fat on these. And I'm trying to trim them so that there's a little fat, so that I kind of trim one side with fat on it and one side with not. So fat is our friend. Yes. That is your friend when you're cooking, for sure. And in general, not an issue. Congrats on 4 years, Carol says on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate it. We have a 4 years of streaming. I haven't been on YouTube for that long, but we've been streaming for 4 years. Not the whole time. I mean, that would be too long. But we've been on 4 years of consistent streaming. We've done 556 streams, including today. You know what I didn't put in here? The salt. That's what I didn't put in here. And you know what we need in this? Salt. For sure. So let's keep one hand free, and we're going to take the other hand and do a couple teaspoons of salt. We're going to do, this is a half teaspoon. It calls for 2. We're going to do 3, 1, half, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3. Okay, great. Has it been 5 minutes
Excuse me,
yet? It has
Daddy?
been 5
Sorry.
minutes, Kosher.
Daddy? Sorry.
Yes, it has.
Daddy?
There on the YouTube.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry.
We
Daddy,
trust Julia Child for sure. Salt is absolutely. Fudge darling, I'm glad you got the cookies. Welcome. I'm glad you received them. It was nice to send them, and it's nice to know that they were received. All right, we are cutting the lamb. Now this is stir to coat well, it says. Well, I think these are pretty well coated. What's next here? Well, next we're going to put our knives, etc. on the counter. I'm gonna take this cutting board that had meat on it, and we're going to get a plate to receive the kebabs once they are formed. Okay. I'm going to turn this phone off and on. I'm making a big deal. I'm not making a big deal out of the phone, but I'm fussing over the phone because on Thursday, if I need to fix something with how this connects to YouTube, this thing, I'm gonna want to do that today before Thursday. So I am futzing with it now as a preparatory experience for Thursday. So okay, we have cut the lamb. Let's do our. Let me get out my vacuum sealer, and we're gonna do a bag of kebabs in the vacuum sealer. This is for. We'll get to that in a few moments. What we're going to do first is reset this, turn it on. Let's turn it on to mobile data and see if that does anything. I currently have it on Wi-Fi. So let's turn the mobile data on. Let's turn that on. Let's turn. Yeah, this is like not connecting to YouTube, which is super annoying. It just is like, anyway, that's annoying. What is more annoying is that I won't be able to see anything on YouTube if someone chats on Thursday if I don't fix it. So that's annoying. TARDIS, thank you for your tier 1 resub. I appreciate you. That's 8 months. It's a long time. Forgot to pay his bill. I explicitly did not forget to pay my bill. I have mobile data available on this phone, and it is just not working. And that's frustrating. And it's frustrating because I want it to work. It's frustrating because it should be working and it's not, and it's set up the right way, but it is not currently working. I don't know. Oh, there it goes. We did it. We did it. You know what I had to do? I had to do the same thing that I'd been doing, just again and again and again. So that's sorry. I was a little. Thank you. We've turned it off and turned it back on enough times. It was finally like, fuck it, I give in. Which is basically the brute force method when you don't know how to fix the thing.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
I explicitly do not know what I'm doing in this scenario. Because it was set up right. I don't know. No, I don't know. Okay, I missed a senior moment. Baugeist. I'm not having a seat. I'm dealing with OBS. I'm currently live. I'm in the middle of doing like a bunch of other food prep shit. I'm an hour late to the stream that I thought I was going to be doing. I don't even know. Here we go. Where are we? I don't know. Are we worried about the 6? No, I'm going to cut the ends off. That's awesome that your father was a professor at the college Julia Child taught at. That's super cool. Jamie, welcome in. Hello, Jamie, good to see you. Chapstick Queen says, speaking of annoying, it's super annoying to be in Canada and try to get gift cards for people in America. I've never tried that, but I also know that I'd be very wary about buying gift cards for anyone from America that I didn't already know. They're just trying to steal your Canadian money. Ira, hello. IRIH. Nice to welcome in. Nice to have you. I hope I'm saying your name correctly, and if I'm not, I would love if you would correct me because I would appreciate knowing that I have referred to you the way that you want to be referred. I remember my first time I told my son to turn it off and turn it on again, and he was like, that's not going to fix anything. Yeah, you just wait. You just wait, and yes, it will. Oh, that's awesome, Chapstick Queen. That's very supportive, and I hope they appreciate it. And I can't imagine. Yeah, there's like conversions and all of that. That feels like it could be annoying. We're making kebabs, so what we're doing right now is I'm just poking meat onto a stick. Not particularly worried about it poking through the plastic. I'm going to cut the end of this stick off so that it's not pointy anymore. And I'm thinking of how I'm going to do that. I figured it out. Thank you, Amazon. Oh my God. Well, good for something, right? Good for so many things. Good for too many things, honestly. That's the issue I have with Amazon. But we're not going to get into my opinions about corporate oligarchies today. We could, but I don't really want to. I'm not going to lie. I feel like that would be kind of a downer. We're not trying to go there today. I'm glad you figured it out. Nice for you to be supportive. We're getting our fat. I'm kind of putting the fat here. I'm getting like that one had a big piece of fat, so here's one without a big piece of fat. I'm trying to balance these since I don't have any like extra fat here to put in between. The recipe says add the lamb and fat to the garlic and oil mixture. Thread the meat and fat, alternating the pieces onto the prepared skewers. So, beyond lethargic, good eyes. Yes, it is a feelings chart on the fridge. Below the feelings chart is also a intensity of feelings chart from high, medium, and low that include happy, sad, angry, afraid, and ashamed. Good eyes. I love when someone spots the feelings wheel on the fridge. Because it tells me that maybe you've been to therapy in your life before. Or you know someone who has. That's awesome. And yes, it is a feelings chart. There's 2 of them, in fact. Trust me that my child loves it when I'm like, I know that you're angry, but what else are you? And he's like, darn! I'm like, go to the chart. Go to the chart. Look at the chart. You want to be mad? Tell me exactly how mad you are. Tell me specifically how mad you are using the right language. or using language that is specific. We're threading our meat here. It said to use 10 skewers. Be sure to leave a bit of space between each piece so they can go char grill all around. Well, we didn't do that. So, yes, but I'm also a writer. Gotcha. Well, that is certainly helpful for writing too. I know it helps me when I journal to be like, what am I thinking right now? How is that emotion actually feeling in my body? But it certainly would help as a writer. I'm spacing these out a little bit more. I neglected to read the part where it was like, keep space in between all of them so they can char grill all around. Now, my challenge with these when I'm cooking them is the same as it always is when I'm cooking over the campfire, which is that I don't want the heat to be too intense, speaking of feelings. I don't want the heat to be too intense because if it is, it will burn and then they won't cook through completely. And really what I want here is the fat to start melting off. I want the fat to render off of here. And so I feel like I'm going to need to keep that in mind when I'm cooking. That is my flaw. The flaw in my fire cooking process is always that it's too hot. So, I don't know. Grace, welcome in. Hello. Happy to have you. I'd like my fat to render off as well. You know, there's campfires and then there's metabolism, and I don't have either one of those at home, so I feel you. Can I share? I had some significant anxiety this morning. Speaking of like fat, this is where my head goes with this. I was at the gym. So that's where I was thinking about like, oh, the gym, like a place where I go for fat to melt off. Anyway, I was at the gym this morning and I didn't know. So we're going to be on the front page on Thursday. If you're on YouTube, you're like, what are you talking about? We are going to be on the front page of Twitch on Thursday. Like the stream will be on the front page, meaning there'll be more people here and, anyway, it'll be live. We'll be live on Thursday. It's IRL week on Twitch. So if you are watching an IRL stream this week at any point, you get a fancy IRL badge. You have to watch for 15 minutes. So, hang out for a little bit on Thursday. If you are here on Thursday, the stream will be on the front page. I applied to be featured like a month or two ago. Basically, they were like, tell us if you're doing anything special during IRL week in your IRL category. And this is for the IRL Creator Club. Big step back. Does anybody not know what IRL means? I'll tell you. It means in real life. I'm getting there, Grace, I promise. This is why streams are 8 hours long. So I applied to be on I applied to be like in one of the promotional slots, right? And there's some big IRL streamers who are also going to be in those promotional slots. Anyway, Twitch didn't, at least maybe I missed it, but they didn't send any notifications that you either were or were not going to be featured. So here's me like, I'm just moving along. I applied for this thing a while ago, didn't hear anything, hadn't thought about it anymore, was just like, whatever. So I'm at the gym this morning. I'm literally like on the stair climber thing, listening to the algorithm on Spotify and just whatever. And I look at my email and it's like the email from probably Friday or something of last week where it was like, hey, it's about to be IRL week. Click here to see all of the different streamers we're like going to promote. And So I had gotten this email a while ago. Anyway, I open it and I was like, oh shit, that's my name. And also, oh shit, I changed the date of the stream that I told them. Since I didn't hear back, I hadn't mentioned it to them again, but I hadn't heard back. Anyway, in my initial application, I was like, it might be the 13th or the 14th. Anyway, they published the 13th. So I had a panic. I panicked this morning. I was like, I was so unfocused. I literally got off the thing and left the gym. I was like, I'm hyperventilating now because I'm not going to be live on the 13th at 10 a.m. Pacific. The thing that it says in this blog post that went out to the Twitch community, I'm not going to actually be there at that time. I got to tell someone and see if I can get this changed, or alternatively, I need to plan to go live when I said I would on the 13th. So one of these two things has to happen. Anyway, so that was my moment of panic at the gym this morning, was and then I'm frantically emailing. I put in a support ticket on the IRL Creator Club Discord. I did all the things. And the handler, for lack of a better term, one of the Creator Club folks got back to me at 9 a.m. Pacific when they opened their office and was like, let's figure this out. Anyway, they're able to change the slot. He was like, I don't know if, the blog post will get changed, but I don't know when. Anyway, that was so that was my moment of panic at the gym today as the fat was melting away. See how long it took to tell that story? This is why our streams are 6 to 8 hours long. Anyway, look at these kebabs. They're fucking beautiful. We didn't need all 10 sticks either. In fact, how many sticks did I use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I needed 9 sticks. I didn't need to do the thing. Wait, I'm supposed to cut my kebabs? I never have. I literally never have. This recipe that I'm following said to, so I am. It also told me to freeze the kebabs on a sheet pan before doing their before putting them in a bag, but I am going to not do that. I'm going to vacuum seal them instead, and I think that will be good for their marination. Is marination a word? It is, right? I think that'll be good for marinating them, and it'll be fine because they'll be vacuum sealed. I know that you're not supposed to include raw garlic for too long in a marinade or in things that are going to sit for a while, but this is me not caring because I'm the only one eating it. If other people were eating it, whatever. And listen, if I get sick to my little tummy about this, someone can come back and be like, Lil, you said that you shouldn't put raw garlic in a marinade. In fact, the book says that. I didn't make that up. But we're doing what we want to. We're knocking all the measuring cups on the floor. Let's put these in a vacuum seal bag and we'll move along from there. Am I using these measuring cups for something else? I don't know. If I am, we'll wash them. It's fine. Fun, right? Lethargic says the Twitch IRL blog post is how I got here. That's awesome. Thank you for telling me that. I had no idea that I literally did not. I applied for the thing, but didn't know that it was I didn't know that it had been put out into the world. And honestly, can I be really up front with you? I don't read all the promotional emails that I get in my inbox. I know that y'all are probably like, Lou, come on. You don't read all the promotional emails you get every day, all the time? No, I don't. This one, I just hadn't read because I was like, well, IRL week is next week, so I'll look at it then. And it is this week, so I looked at it and I was like, shit. Anyway, it turned out okay. Shout out to all the folks who run the creator clubs on Twitch because y'all folks are for real. They were Nilo specifically, who probably everyone in this stream right now is like, who are you talking about? Nilo specifically was like, I'm on it. Let me check. Like, good dude. Met him in real life before. I'm taking this glove off so I can wipe the counter because I don't want the meat juice to get all over the back of the bags. I'm not going to clean the counter right now because I don't really need to clean it at this moment because I'm still working with raw meat, but I'm not going to leave the oil just sitting on the counter. I am going to wipe it up and we'll actually wipe it with some cleaning solution in just a second. Anyway, for those of y'all who are like, you should wipe your counter first. I know. Thank you. It's my home kitchen and I'm cooking for myself. I'll eat the raw meat if I want to. Don't tell me I can't. I shouldn't, and I'm not going to. But I could if I wanted to. Anyway, we're not. What's everyone's favorite sushi? Woma, hello, welcome in. Hello, 209 times. Woma, you're almost out of the woods. The next check-in is going to be a letdown, if I'm being honest, because it's not going to make that little sound. Sorry. Grace says, Lewis showed me just how much I've been raw dogging cooking my entire life. You know, I kind of I overcomplicate things sometimes, and sometimes that's not good. I'll just leave it at that. How many of these do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuck, I really wish I'd have had 10, because if I had 10, I could put 5 and 5 in a bag, and that wouldn't be as annoying. Anyway, let's see how big do these bags have to be in order to fit all of... I'm going to do 5 and 4, so that's probably about good right there. I'm going to make 2 bags so I can seal these. I'm going to make 2 so I can do, like, you know... So I don't have to take my gloves off in between because we're handling raw meat, but we're also touching things. So you know how it goes. Ava, welcome in. Thaddeus tuna belly. Ooh, I'm thinking about sushi. We had sushi last week for the first time in a very long time. Or misses I'm getting parasocial with the sound. You know, I actually don't have that sound on my little like board here to make. What's the closest thing that I have? None. I don't have a sound that does the thing.
No, I don't know what you mean, but I appreciate you.
But we do have that. Shizik, welcome in. Hello. Hi. Specifically, hi. Hi. We're prepping. We're prepping for a camping trip. When is our camping trip? Our camping trip is Thursday. We'll be live on Thursday. I'm planning on going and starting the stream at about 11 a.m. Eastern time on Thursday. And then we'll be live basically all day. From about 11, somewhere between 11 and noon Eastern until somewhere between 8, maybe as late as 10 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be at the campsite. We're going to make a little lunch, which is going to be a sandwich. We're going to go for a hike. We're going to eat lunch on the hike. We're going to come back. We're going to sit around for a little bit. We're going to start dinner. We're going to have a little campfire. We're not going to tell scary stories because I'm not into that because I don't love that. But we're going to make food, and then we're going to have some type of dessert. This specifically, we're going to have sweet ginger baked apples, which I'm going to make on stream today. So it's going to be a fun little adventure out in the woods. I know I often talk about camping, frequently prep to go camping on stream. We did that last week. We're going to be doing that again next week, but this week we're actually going to get to go together, which is fun. Grace, the strut command is funny. I don't turn it off because like every once in a while the mummers comes up on stream and I'm like, oh, there's a command for that. But the but it has nothing to do with like me personally doing any type of strutting. I don't know. Tardis, favorite sushi is either salmon or fatty tuna sashimi or Cali roll. Ooh, minus the cream cheese. It doesn't belong in sushi. You know, I don't judge, but I don't love cream cheese in sushi either. I'm not going to be like, you shouldn't put that in there, but I'm also not going to order it myself. Ava says, I need camping friends. I was just saying I would love to have some more camping friends, but also when I do go camping with other people that are not Calvin, I'm often like, oh, this is odd or different. Okay, so we're sealing. Still learning the commands. There's quite a few. If you are a subscriber, you can also put command sounds in chat and get a full list of sound commands that are available to subscribers. I should think about strutting on stream. Oh my God. Join us for the New Year's stream and you will see me strut. There's probably, there's probably what's the word I'm searching for? There's definitely a clip of strutting happening. Ash, no, my cat is up here. Had a very quick, very brief glimpse of the cat. He sensed meat. He was on it. All right, so we're vacuum sealing these kebabs, and then we're going to be finished dish number 1. So the next step in these is to grill them. Do you want to meet Ash? Has anyone not met the cat before? We have he is clawing. He is attempting to climb my leg right now. Ash baby. This is Ash. Ash is the grayest of cats. He is a gray tabby boy. He's the love. He's a love. He's definitely a lover. He is very interested in the meat that's happening. He's one of three cats who live here. This one is the best hunter. He is the most he's the babiest of all the cats. This one is the one who demands to be held the most. He is how else do we describe Ash? He's the most sincere. He is precious. The baby. He's the one who wants the most attention from me. The other cats demand more attention from Gwen or Calvin, but this one wants my attention the most. And we're going to put him down now because he is he would just let me hold him like this for the whole time. And he's probably going to hang around my feet. And if he does hang around my feet, we'll put the camera on him down on the floor. Yes, we will. Isn't that right, baby? Yeah, he's a good boy. Okay. All right. We are finished with the lamb kebab. Let's check off. I'm going for my pen. My pen is not in my hat right now. Where is my pen? Hold on. We're about to panic. Panic rising. Okay. Good. We've made the spice blend. We've trimmed the meat. We've marinated it. We've soaked the kebab skewers. We've made the kebabs and we vacuum sealed them. Damn, we did a lot. Great. Next step, mix and form the dough. The dough is going to be for chapati, which is a flatbread, sort of like a naan, but it's not. Before we make the chapati, I'm going to do we're going to do two things. One, we're going to preheat the oven because I'm going to make some cookies in here in a little bit. This is where you get annoying. When you come over to the counter and you try to get the thing. Now listen, for those of y'all who received cookies for Cookie Club, And Wauma, I'm glad that you got yours. I liked them too. I thought they were really good. Calvin also really liked them. For those of y'all who have gotten or will get cookies for Cookie Club, you should know that the cats don't come in the kitchen while we're doing Cookie Club, while I'm making cookies. And I fully cleaned the kitchen prior to making cookies for Cookie Club. So I try my best not to get cat fur in your food. My food, I don't really care all that much, if I'm being honest. I think I'm going to use that again. I think I'm going to use this again for the flatbreads. So we're going to leave that over on the table off to the side. These, my lamb kebabs, we're going to put in the refrigerator and let them get cold. I have a bag in here of all the other cold stuff that we're going to do, that we're going to make. But actually, you know what? I'm going to take these lamb kebabs and I'm not going to put them in the bag right now because I don't want to just toss them in the top because they're meat. And despite the fact that they're sealed, I would like them to be on the bottom because meat goes on the bottom. In coolers, in your refrigerator, anywhere you're transporting multiple things or storing multiple things, meat always goes on the bottom. It's a serve safe rule that we like to follow here too. This cat, relentless. I'm gonna turn around here. I'm gonna get the spray cleaner from underneath of the sink over here, and he's gonna be right here. What did I say? What did I say? Little buddy. You cannot. He's like, but lamb, but the lamb was on the counter. I smell it. Where did it go? I even saw it. He even saw it. He knows he saw it too. Yes, I also know it was on the counter. That's why we're using Clorox disinfecting all-purpose cleaner. Not an ad, but it does do what it's intended to do, which is clean and disinfect, which is what we want because raw meat. Anyway, we are ready for the next step. Stream sponsored by Clorox. Listen, there's a few people that I would love to have sponsor this stream. But none of them do. Anyway, specifically barkeepers, I would love it if you would sponsor the stream in some capacity because I talk about you all the time. Barkeepers even came up unprompted from someone in chat today because they know that I love it so much. Other sponsors that I would love would be like Super Cubes would be great. Any type of like baking, flour, sugar, Domino sugar, please. Any spice company that like is a good spice company. Anyway, you know what I'd really love to do? I would love to link up with a cookbook publisher to do like cookbook tests on stream. Not like testing the recipes, but like, hey, this is a cookbook that just came out. Like, let's do a couple of them live. Whatever. Ash, this cat. He's so loving. Okay, next step is to mix and form the dough, the chapati dough. So let's read this whole recipe first before we start, because I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Mix and form the dough. In a medium bowl, combine 2 cups of the flour and salt and stir to mix. In 3 equal additions, pour in the water, mixing and moistening the flour with the fingers of one hand between pours. Work the mixture with your hand until it forms a ball. Then knead it in the bowl for 1 minute. If the dough feels dry and stiff, add warm water. If it's too wet, add 1 to 2 teaspoons of flour. You want the dough to be tacky but not sticky. You should be able to knead it without clumps breaking away in your hands. I want to tell you that is a fantastic description of what I should expect when I'm doing this process. That tells me what, how much, when, and what to do if it is either too soft, too wet, too dry, how it should feel like, and what the expectations are. That is a very well-formed direction in a recipe. I love that. And welcome in. Thank you. Timmy, welcome in. Good to see you. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you're doing well. I don't know why I said that. Cyber, did you? Yeah. Are you watching? Are you watching this cat? I'm gonna do it again. His attention went straight to this computer. He's on alert right now. This cat is on alert. Yeah, Kathy, I did. Just moments, a little bit ago, I had a bunch of, so I had like raw lamb out on the counter here. Not on the counter, it was on a cutting board. And then on a plate. And then in a vacuum seal bag. Okay, so then we lightly flour a clean work surface. Knead the dough for 6 to 10 minutes. Cover with a clean damp cloth, let it rest for 20 to 30, and then we roll these out into individual breads. Okay. This is what I love about parenting in community. It's 16:17 right now. My son should be home from school. The time that I'm expecting him home from school is about 16 to 16:10. I just got I got a text at 16:05, that's 4:05 p.m., to myself and another parent that says, your boys are at my house. They're heading to the corner store shortly. Thanks. Like, and you know who didn't tell me that? My kid. My kid did not communicate that to me, which is fantastic. But parenting in community is fun for that reason, because I now know where he is and like what's going on. And that's kind of awesome. Cool. Very good. Okay. Fun stuff. So we're mixing and forming the dough. We're kneading and resting the flour. That's what we're doing now. In between, while it's resting, we will make some cookies and get started on those apples. You know what's silly? I didn't put this on the soda stream. I don't have any, like, there's no gas canister in the thing, but I'm still, I was still a little surprised and also disappointed that this wasn't carbonated. I'm drinking it out of a soda stream bottle. You know, you're supposed to replace these things after like a year. This is the original bottle, y'all. I don't know when or why you would ever replace these. Ashy Boo, you really want to be around, huh? Do you want me to get your chair? Will you sit in your chair if I bring your chair out? Let's see if he'll sit in his chair. Oh, Obi's over here. Obi's in the chair over here. Obi's been here the entire stream though, so he's not. That's not new. Ash, look at that. Look at him. He's walking over. Oh my God. Are you going to go sit in your chair? Y'all, look at what just happened. Look at what just happened. Ash, we've been working on this. We've been working on the chair. Aw. Ash, you did so good. You were making me so proud. Ashy Boo. Oh, baby. I'm glad that you want the chair. Oh, now I feel bad for putting him on the ground. Now I feel bad for putting the baby on the ground. That's what he wanted. Or at least that's what he was thinking about. What a good boy. Oh, that made me really happy. That made me really happy. Blooper Doodle says, I can sit in a chair. Yes, it's getting the cat to do anything specific. That is the challenge. Now, I better not eat anything out of the refrigerator for a while, because we can't disrupt this. Okay, well, let's get moving on. I'll only do it for you, though. Aw, thank you. I'll take it. Okay, so this calls for atta flour. Let's look at the note here. Atta flour, ATTA, is a finely stone ground high gluten flour, although whole wheat flour will also work well here. It's worth seeking out atta for its distinctive texture and flavor. You'll find it at South Asian, East African, and many Caribbean grocers, if not at your local supermarket. It's also available online. Now, here's the thing. I could not find atta flour. However, what I could find was whole wheat flour, and it said whole wheat flour will also work. I got high gluten whole wheat flour. So it said that atta flour is a high gluten flour. I got high gluten whole wheat flour, which I feel like is fine because it said whole wheat flour was good. Anyway, we're going to make these. And let's see, I used my large bowl for the raw lamb. I'm going to, do I have to use a big bowl? Okay, so we'll just, it says to knead this in the bowl. We're going to go ahead and use the bigger bowl. He is loafing. Let's see if we can't take a look at these little paws that he's got going on here. How do we do that? Right, with this thing. Let's open a new program and see if it messes with things. Shall we? Okay. He's very happily loafing. Look at that. Look at that. What a ridiculous animal. Ashy boo. Ash, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. He's potentially, he has the potential to go to sleep there, but I don't think he will. V, welcome in. Okay, so this calls for 2.5 cups of flour. It doesn't call for a weight, so I'm going to measure this with a scoop. And we're going to measure the way you're supposed to measure flour, which is to spoon it into the cup. Spoon it into the cup. Now, because I like to do things differently, not differently, because I like to weigh stuff. I like when there's a weight instead. What we're going to do is I'm going to weigh how much 2.5 cups of this flour is, and then we're going to note that in the book itself so that for future reference, if I need to, I will be able to do this by weight for this specific type of flour. Now, I that doesn't mean that it'll be this forever, But hold on, where is there a knife? Let's see. Yes, we're gonna scoop and smooth. So this is generally how you're supposed to measure flour, which is to scoop it into the cup, give it a little shake. Don't tap it down. Don't press on it at all. But measure, scrape the top, 1 even cup. There we go. Scale is tared, 0 grams. That weighs 164. So if we double this, our next cup, when I put that on the scale, should be 328, right? 164 times 2, 328. I think I did that math correctly. Maybe, I don't know. Could also be not done correctly, and that would be fine too. Anyway, we're gonna scoop and shake. Should be about one. Ash, where are you going? Should be about 328. 324. Close. Pretty close. So then we'll do a half cup. Same way. Now, this is a bread, so I am trying to measure this like about right. So somewhere between there we go. Cup, 2.5 cups, 395. Honestly, y'all, I'm gonna write down 400 grams of flour because I think the difference between the two and then making an adjustment for the half cup versus the whole, I think 400 grams is probably right. So let's do 400 grams high gluten whole wheat flour. Okay. 400 grams is just an easier number to like deal with mentally. Curtis says, I had white chocolate lemon cookies. I want to find a recipe to recreate them. What did you like about them? Because I would if I were doing a recreation of something like that, I would probably start with like a lemon sugar cookie base and just add white chocolate to it and see if that was satisfying. That would honestly be my approach to it. Okay, and the salt, 1.25 teaspoon of kosher salt. So we have, I knew that I was going to need my measuring cup later. So this is 1/2 teaspoon and 1/4 teaspoon. That's fine. My oven is hot now, so we'll be good with the cookies. So 1.25 teaspoons. So we do 1, 2 1/2 teaspoons, and 1/4 teaspoon. And then it says, in 3 equal additions, pour in the water, mixing and moistening the flour with the fingers of one hand between pours. This calls for 2.25 cups of water, which is a lot of water, to be fair, for the amount of flour. That's like a cup of water per... Yeah, that's like a cup of water per cup of flour. That's a crazy ratio. It says warm water, so I was gonna like do this in the kettle, but I actually think I can just do this from the faucet. That's probably better, right? I don't think I need to do this in the kettle. In fact, I'm sure I don't. Let's just get the water warm in the sink and we'll go from there. 2.25 cups. Let's use my 4-cup measure here. Work the mixture with your hand. In 3 equal additions, pour in the water, mixing and moistening the flour with the fingers of one hand between pours. So just like in. Okay, that should be good. The cats are... Ash is just scattered because Calvin just got home. So my son is home from school now. He is likely to come say hi and be present for a few moments. So FYI. We are in the middle of making this bread. Once we're finished with the bread, we're gonna let this sit and rest for a few minutes, like 30. We're gonna put some cookies in the oven, and then we're gonna assemble the apples, the baked apples. Then we're gonna come back to making the bread after this, because the bread needs to be formed into like rounds after it's rested for a bit. So it's gonna be a step-by-step process. So let's see, warm water. Howdy.
Howdy.
You're home. Tracy, let me know where you were. You did not let me know where you were, but that's okay. You assumed I was okay with you just not coming home after school? Okay.
Yep.
He assumed.
For your anniversary.
Hey, thank you. Ash was just sitting on the chair here for a few moments. He had,
And then when I came in,
yeah, when you came in, he scattered. Obi's still over there on the chair. Obi hasn't moved the entire stream. Okay, let me wash my hands because I'm about to do a thing with my hands. So let's do that first.
the ribbon cutting is going to
Oh, is that right? Wait, tomorrow?
finish. No, next
Oh, good. Okay, cool. We'll put that on the calendar. Remind me later.
week. 4 p.m.
Okay. Next Wednesday is, what's on the calendar next Wednesday? I feel like there's something on the calendar next Wednesday. No, there's nothing. What's that? Yeah. Yes, there is this Wednesday. What's next Wednesday? Hold on. You said 4 p.m. I want to put that on the calendar right now. Pause for just a second because I want to make sure this gets on the calendar. Oh, we're not going to be able to go because in Orange,
Oh, okay.
but we can go afterward.
Oh, yeah, it's not cool. Okay.
But I can put it on the calendar. I will put it on the calendar for that day. Okay, cool. Big events coming on around here. Okay, so we have 2 1/4 cups of warm water. In 3 equal additions, pour in the water, mixing and moistening the flour with the fingers of one hand between pours. Work the mixture with your hand until it forms a ball. Then knead it in the bowl for 1 minute. Great, that's easy enough. Let's get out this, let me get this dough out again, or not dough, let me get the flour out again because if I need to add more, I'm not going to want to open this bag with my bare doughy hands. Speaking of hands, I'd like you to wash yours. I'm talking to Calvin, but I'm also talking to you. Wash your hands. When was the last time you washed your hands? Be honest. Yeah, if you had to think about it, it's time to wash them again. We're combining the flour and the salt first here before we do that. Okay, so in 3 equal portions.
Ooh, 1943.
That's when you last washed your hands? Damn, that was a long
No.
time ago.
No, that's not what I meant.
He got a 1943 penny from the store. That's old. One's in chat if you're older than 1943.
I learned it.
All right, so we're 3 equal additions here. We're gonna
Okay.
try for about equal additions.
My homeroom teacher told me it's really cool. If you
Smells lovely.
there's 2 ways to get. If it was made before 1983, or if it's magnetic, like you can put all of your colors, like spread them all out,
Yeah.
and get a magnet and like cover them over all of them. And if they go up, that means there's iron in them, and it means they're worth more than 1 cent, and you can go to some like store or something to get them that you want.
Interesting. Apparently,
Yes, one.
pennies of a certain age
He just got
are, yes.
recently. He looked in his wallet and saw a 1940 penny, and he picked it up. In 1940 pennies, they're worth $40.
Wow.
I think we should wait for a little bit more to turn them in. Maybe at some point we'll be worth like 10,000 or something.
Maybe. So we're mixing this dough. I just want to show you what this looks like here. Whoa, Woma, great. I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, I didn't expect that you were gonna like have a thorough response to that. You did put that in the right channel of Discord to actually get a response from me, because when I see a chat in the sub only channel, I'm very inclined to respond to it generally. I'm often not in Discord super frequently, but it is a
When you are.
yeah, when I am, that's a channel I will respond to. I'm glad that it was informative. Okay, so work the mixture with your hand until it forms a ball, then knead it in the bowl for 1 minute. Okay, so we're mixing and moistening, pour in the water. So that was 2 1/4 cups of water. Now this is a lot. Like we have did I not put enough flour in here? Like, this is not the consistency of dough, right? Like, this should not look.
That looks like moldy milk.
It looks like cottage cheese is what it looks like. So it says
You go like that.
2.5 cups.
Wash machine's better.
Stir to mix. Pour in the water, mixing and moistening. So I put 2.25 cups of water.
Yeah.
This feels weird. And mix until it forms a ball. Now it was forming a ball. It says it should be tacky but not sticky. You should be able to knead it without clumps breaking away. This is not what I'm looking for here. So we're going to add, if the dough feels dry and stiff, add warm water. If it's too wet, add 1 to 2 teaspoons of flour. Okay, well this is certainly too wet. So we're going to add 2 scoops of this, and I'm going to add flour to this until it comes back together into a ball. That's what we're going to do. Because we're also not using the same exact dough or the same exact flour. Now, this is not right. This is not at all what I'm supposed to be doing here. Now, I feel like maybe I mismeasured something, but y'all definitely saw me put 2.5 cups in here.
Like 2.5 more.
And I put 2.25 cups of water. Now, 2.5 cups of flour and 2 cups of water feels like the wrong ratio, right? Like that feels like a wildly off balance ratio. Hold on. Is there, this thing came with a little card in it that I tucked into the pages somewhere in here. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah. Hold on. I got it. It was somewhere in here. I tucked it into the pages, and I would like to look.
Daisy just got.
We apologize for the inconvenience, this card says. In the puff and serve chapati recipe on page 142, the water amount should be 3/4 cup of warm water, not 2.25 cups. Well, shit. Okay,
Seems like you put a.
let's, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna scrape this out of the bowl. We're gonna take more of the flour, because I bought extra. We're gonna scrape this, we're gonna scrape this into the compost. Because I'm not dealing with a, I'm not dealing with making this into like a massively scaled up recipe.
Yeah, just make it way more flour.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're going to put this in the concrete. We're going to start over. This is just flour, water, and salt. I'm not worried about it, but like, I'm reading that recipe and I'm like, yeah, that feels wrong, but like, I've never made this. Let's do it anyway. Okay, got it. SVP, right? Yeah, it's like that shouldn't look like that. As I'm pouring the water in, I'm like, this is
My penny.
like, this is wrong and getting worse.
You can
That is a-
barely see it, but when
That
you
is a
shine
crazy penny.
when you shine it in the light, you're able to see that it's
You could shine that up.
salt water. Wait, do you have salt water?
Salt water? Well, we have both of those things separately, and you could certainly put them both in a glass.
Doctor,
Yes.
my homeroom teacher said that
Okay.
putting pennies in salt water cleans them.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. Putting them in Coca-Cola cleans them too. But we don't have any of that, so salt water it is. All right, so we're just gonna start over. We're gonna start over because we're only right at the beginning of this recipe, and like the camera's not even on. What are you doing here? You just want to put it in here?
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Here, have some of this salt. I don't know what
Should I
the,
put the water in first?
no. What you should do is, here, look, let me pour this because there's like a ton, there's like a hole. There's a special way to pour this box because there's a hole in it. Here's what you should do. You should run the water in the sink until it's hot.
Okay.
Put it in there and stir it with a chopstick for a little bit until it dissolves. 9, welcome in. How was the trip? You should put run the water till it gets hot, put a little bit of it in there, stir with nothing else in it so that the salt dissolves completely, then put the penny in.
Until it's like steaming hot?
Yeah, hot. Okay, so I'm not gonna completely like clean this bowl out. I'm just emptying out the mixture that was so recently in here. And here, let me while we're waiting for this, let me get some warm water here. So I only need 3/4 of a cup.
I
Got it.
found it on the ground.
You found that penny on the ground? They didn't give you that for change at the corner store?
No, they gave
Cool.
me like
Okay.
2006 or like 1980.
So let's get, yeah, go ahead. I'm finished with that now. Okay, let's get our 1.5 teaspoons of salt again. 1, 2, 1.25 teaspoons. 1.25 teaspoons of salt. See, this is why I'm glad that I weighed the flour the first time, because now I can just do 400 grams of flour. Easy. And then we'll just start again. 1, 2, 3, and 60, 70, 80, 403. Close enough. Okay. Now we're going to whisk the flour and the salt to combine. And then we're going to start this process all over again. While I'm
It's hard enough that I can't.
while I'm here, okay, then it's perfect. While I'm here, I'm going to make that adjustment note in the cookbook itself. So I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this again. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, then stir it. Get a chopstick and stir it. Okay. So we're going to take this and we're going to add 3/4 of a cup of water in 3 separate installments. So this is 1. So the first time I tried to mix this, the first bit of water that I added to this was already more than the recipe called for. Megan, hello, welcome. Wilmer, that's a fun collection.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
I mean, you can barely see it. This looks completely rusty.
Pennies are also no longer, right? We're not doing that anymore.
Pennies are great to keep.
Yeah.
They might be worth a lot in 5 years.
I have a small collection of bicentennial quarters. Yeah, Taurus, we're already started. See, now this is what it looked like after the first little bit of water that I put in here.
Does that mean like not in?
Bicentennial, it means from the 200th anniversary of the country. Bi meaning 2, centennial meaning 100. All right, so this is most certainly feeling much more like a dough. I'm going to add the last little bit of water here. So it's shaggy and we've still got some dries going on here.
Just put the penny in.
Yeah, when it's all mixed in, you just drop the penny in there and see what happens. I don't know how long it takes.
Yeah, it's probably not immediate.
I'm sure it's not immediate, but I bet it's relatively, like within an hour or two, you should probably notice it. You will probably notice a difference. I mean, salt water is very corrosive. So this
Put it in salt and vinegar.
is
It,
much better.
it oxidizes it, which makes it turn the bluish green.
Is that
Originally,
right?
the Statue of Liberty was the color of like a penny, but the air oxidized it, and now it's the bluish green.
Science.
that it is.
He's given us some science facts there.
Any science?
It's science.
Command science. Morma says, I like being casual about collecting. More fun. Totally. Yeah, if you have like a very serious collection of things, it's like, I don't know. It feels like work. You know what I have a collection of? I take pictures of certain things. I have a collection of I love collecting lists. There's certain things I like taking pictures of. There's a channel in Discord called Lists that whenever I find a like handwritten list on the ground, walking around the city, I like take a picture of it. I used to take pictures of Dietz and Watson brand signs, which is a brand of deli meat. Calvin,
Yeah, I know.
you know what?
Reading.
Yeah. So you don't need that for that, right? Are you doing that today?
I am, but not right now.
When?
I'm gonna do it between like 6 and 6:30 when
When what?
am I able to say that? When is
Okay, I had thought that we might watch another episode of that show later. And so if you don't want to do that, then yes, you can take that time for that. But I was thinking of doing that. And remember, you like wanted me to remember that thing. So I'm like, half an hour now would not be very difficult, right?
yeah, I'm just gonna do that then,
Okay,
and then I'll do my iPad
great.
until you're doing.
Sounds good. Yeah, because I want, if you want to do, what will happen is I think you'll get not distracted, but you'll get very caught up, or maybe your friends will hop on or whatever. So, okay. If it's too wet, add 1 to 2 teaspoons of flour. What's that?
And now that you're mentioning that, I haven't played with them in a while.
You want the dough to be tacky but not sticky. You should be able to knead it without clumps breaking away. Okay, so there aren't necessarily clumps breaking away in my hands, but it is a little bit sticky as I'm kneading it. So I'm going to add just a very little bit here. I can appreciate the small places aspect, Wilma. Yeah, collections are weird. So I've been going through Bowtie Fly, hello, welcome in, thank you. I have been going through things in my garage, or not garage, there's like things from the basement rather, that were sort of damaged in that flood that we had about a month ago. And finding all sorts of stuff. I found a whole stash of like patches from Scouts and like a bunch of, I mentioned bicentennial quarters. Like I found another whole like tranche of those. Yeah, so Fluff, I found the note. Well, I remember the book came with the note and I was like, this is wrong. Like what I'm looking at here is not correct.
This actually works. I'm gonna take a before picture.
Okay, use your phone.
Yeah, I know. I'm good.
Okay, yeah, use your phone to take a picture. Okay, so this is tacky but not sticky. I'm able to knead it without clumps breaking away. So this is like what I'm looking for right now. So it says lightly flour a clean work surface, a cutting board or skillet, and knead the dough for 6 to 10 minutes, smushing it down and away with your palm and folding it over itself in a frenetic or zenned out CPR-like loop. You are how you knead. You're done when the ball is Play-Doh smooth and holds the impression of a finger poke. So we are going to do this on the baking mat. So that I don't destroy my counter. And we're going to do this on the baking mat also, so that I can then roll the mat up, use the counter in between, and then we will make the rest of the dough on the mat afterwards, because this is like step one of a 2-step process. So we're going to do this for 6 to 10 minutes. It says on a lightly floured surface. So we're going to take some of that same flour and put it on here. We're going to put some of it to the side for later use if it starts sticking. We're going to put our dough down, fold to the side, and let's get this a little more centered here. There we go. And now we're going to start a timer for 6 minutes. Well, I'm just going to start a count up timer, and we are going to push away and fold over. Push away and fold over. For the next 6 to 10 minutes, we're just going to do this. And this is indeed a rather Zen-like experience. This is sort of like what you would do with pasta dough. Yeah, Cyber, here's Daisy. Where Daisy needs to be let out, and Calvin's going to do that in just a moment here. He's
I have to use that.
Well, can you let Daisy out too? Because she also has to use the bathroom. I am not going to let Daisy back in. Just go let Daisy out and use the bathroom, and she can hang out for a few minutes. It's very nice outside. Okay, that's fine. Hey, just go use the bathroom. You use the let Daisy out, because otherwise she's going to shit in the house. I will take care of the rest. I have 5 more minutes of kneading this dough at a minimum, and I don't want to stop because I just started. But we are folding and kneading. We're looking for the consistency of Play-Doh. And it's starting to feel a little smoother. There is now she's probably going to want to come back in within a minute. So if you can wait for a minute, that would be lovely. But if you can't, I understand. Again, talking to Calvin. Y'all. 2 minutes for my dough. So this is a kneading process. So after this, we're going to cover with a clean damp cloth or paper towel and let it rest for 20 to 30 minutes. And I know from having done pasta dough before that texture, now pasta dough is not quite like Play-Doh. I feel like it's maybe a little bit firmer, but I'm not sure. We'll see. When we hit the 6-minute mark, we'll evaluate here. But we're just going into it. So we're prepping for camping today. A little recap of what we're actually doing. Today's prep, we've already done prep for cumin lamb kebabs. So we prepped the kebabs completely. We roasted the spices, we ground the spices, I cut the lamb, we marinated the lamb, we skewered the lamb on the kebabs, and then we put the lamb into vacuum sealed bags, which are now in the refrigerator. We did all of that already. We are currently, so for our camping trip, this is our camping trip on Thursday of this week. We are making, it is a kebab party, in fact. We're doing lamb kebabs. I'm doing right now the prep for the flatbreads that we're making. These are basically a grilled flatbread that cooks on the campfire. It only takes about a minute, maybe 2 minutes per round. So what we're doing is we're making the dough. We're kneading the dough currently, and then it'll rest. Then we're going to let that, we're going to roll that out into a large piece. We're going to cut it into smaller pieces, roll those into balls. We're going to flatten each of those balls by hand. Might use a rolling pin if it seems more convenient. And then we're going to flour those flat, raw rounds and put those in storage. So those are all going to be basically raw dough that has been worked completely, and that will go directly onto the grill. So we're making kebabs and we're making a grilled flatbread. To go with that, we're doing a sweet and sour salad. So the sweet and sour salad has a sugar and black vinegar and lemon sauce to it. The salad itself has sliced red onion, grape tomatoes, and parsley. It calls for cilantro, but we're using parsley instead. I'm at 5.5 minutes here right now. So we're almost to the minimum amount for this. This is not quite like a Play-Doh format yet. But we're going to do the salad completely at camp. So we're not touching the salad today. We're going to do a little appetizer of some olives, like basically olives that are going to be marinated in oil and then done in a small pan over the campfire. We're going to prep those olives today. And then I'm going to do a baked in foil apple baked in the campfire. So we're going to fully prep that apple today with all of its fillings. So Daisy just went out, Gwen. So don't let her lie to you. Calvin is home and he just put her out. Jamie says, I wish I liked olives. You know, they're definitely an acquired taste. And I feel like it's possible to acquire a taste for something, but it takes a bit of going through it first. And sometimes you might never get there. So we're at 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes at the moment. This is almost Play-Doh-like consistency. It definitely springs back, but it's not a solid ball. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a solid ball. You're done when the ball is Play-Doh smooth and holds the impression of a finger poke. Holds the impression of a finger poke. Gwen just got home and is now questioning everything.
Shoot it everywhere.
What do you mean?
Nothing. It sat in the middle.
Ash was sitting on the chair on stream. He came over willingly and sat on the chair like I've been trying to train him to do for months now. Then he jumped off and left when Calvin got home. So I moved the chair out of the way.
Barking at me.
The dog's barking at you because you're present, and that's more than enough reason for her. Calvin is upstairs reading. He's doing 30 minutes of reading, and then he's going to get on his iPad. And then I told him that later we could probably watch an episode of that show that we were starting last night. All right, we're at 8 minutes right now, and things are feeling really good. I'm going to do the full 10 because I've sort of, I don't know, because I am. Because it doesn't feel like this is something you could overwork that much. And I feel like it feels good right now. And it might feel better in a minute or two. Yes, Megan, we're making the kebabs for camping. So we're doing a typical prep stream today where I'm prepping a bunch of food as I usually do for camping. The difference, there's two differences this time. One, I'm not taking Calvin or a group of people. And 2, y'all are going to get to see the actual campsite and campfire. And we're going to do that together on Thursday. So Thursday's stream is going to be same time, same-ish time, same channel for sure. And then, but we'll be live IRL instead of in the kitchen. Yes, Gwen, that's what that means. Yes, that's what that means. Okay, we're at 9.5 minutes, and this is looking just about right here. So I'm gonna cease where we're at. So Play-Doh texture is a yes. Holds the impression of a finger poke. Very hard to tell, but it is holding the impression. So I think this is just about right. We're gonna cover this with a hold on, wrong button. There we go. All right, we're gonna take this and cover this with a damp towel, because that's what it says. I'm gonna let it rest for 30 minutes or so. I'm gonna set a timer for 30 minutes just so I have a baseline of like, when did I put this on? So that is good to go. I'm gonna put that in a little bowl. Just a little bowl here. Let's get a towel. So I've got a damp, I'll use a cloth. Just moisten that. And gonna wring that out real well so it's not like wet. What did let me pause for a second in my dinner prep process, or not dinner, in my trip prep process, because I'd like to just consider for just a moment what dinner is tonight, because that is something that is going to sneak up on me if I don't think about it ahead of time and like either turn the oven on or get something in the oven or get something in the fridge. So let's pause for just a moment and do a little evaluation. I think I know what we're going to have. I'm pretty sure this is going to be an easy one, and I've got a plan, but let me check first. What I'm thinking of is pasta with meatballs, because we had a meatball subs last night. I have leftover meatballs, I have leftover sauce. Makes sense to add them to pasta, right? Right. First, let's check and see if we have any pasta. That's a good idea. Okay, we do. We have plenty of pasta. Let's do orzo because everyone hates orzo in this house, so why not? Let's use up the rest of this orzo plus a little orzo from the bag. I'm going to use what else? Oh, hold on. Perfect. I have like orzo in a box. I have so today's a use it up meal. It's a use it up meal. We love a use it up meal. We're gonna do orzo, and do I have a can of white beans in here? I have a can of white beans. We're fucking sending it. Yes. Perfect. All right, so we're doing orzo with butter beans and a red sauce. Red sauce. Yeah, we'll do red sauce because I have a bunch of that in here. Yeah, perfect. And then we'll probably toss some peas or something first. We'll toss some sort of frozen vegetable in here. What do we have in here? Peas and corn. Peas or corn? Which we put in here? I think peas, but like, I think peas for the red and green contrast, but like maybe something different. I don't know. But we'll put some frozen vegetables in there. In order for that to get good, in order for that to happen, let me fill a pot of water so that I can just put that on the stove to cook. Am I using the stove for anything on stream? No. Okay. So this is an easy. This is easy then because I'm not using the stove. I've got pot of water. Awesome. Okay. Blacksmith. Hello. Is that a piping bag? Let's see. Oh, this. Hold on. This one? No. I'm thinking of what else you might be seeing. No, this is a bag of orzo. But it is. We could pipe the orzo. That would be kind of wild. Pasta is a good choice. As long as you have sauce, right? And I do. I have both. I have pesto that I made, and I have red sauce that I made last night. The red sauce I'm going to use because I have more of it, and I already have a container with meatballs that like I'm gonna just toss on the stove. We'll heat that up all at once, and then we'll put this on the stove, this pot of water on the stove. We'll put the meatballs in sauce on the stove. We'll put a lid on both, and then we'll be on our way. So once Obi, we have another cat. We have an Obi, a rare Obi sighting on stream. Not rare, but he's less. This is the less frequent of the cats. He's very excited to, I don't know, be here, I guess. Whoa, that was a big flame. All right, let's move this dough that's resting away from the stove so that it doesn't get a lot of heat on it. And now we'll also put the sauce on. We'll put the sauce on so that that gets ready. I'm going to put the meatballs. You know what? No, I am in fact going to put the I'm going to put the meatballs in the microwave. Yeah, I'll just microwave the meatballs because honestly, y'all, putting them in the pot is dirty another pot, and I'm not really trying to do that. So that's okay. We have an Obi here. He's hanging out. Let's clean up this counter for just a second here while we let Obi chill before I move him out of the way. Blacksmith says, I put pesto on my veggie burger. Hell yes. With onion rings. Wait, were the onion rings on the burger? Because I'm with you. Whether the answer to that is yes or no, it doesn't really matter. I love onion rings. They're fucking great. They're good either way. Obi's a doughboy. Look at him. He's over here just sniffing the dough. Put this flour. Oh, hold on. Let's label. He's sniffing the thing that Calvin put his penny in. Let's label this flour HGWH. High gluten, whole wheat flour. Perfect. Onion rings were on the burger as they were meant to be. I love that, and I love onion rings. So I'm into all of the things that you are prescribing there. Okay, we have completely good. Okay, let's measure out how much orzo I'm putting in here. That way I just know ahead of time. And we're going to measure out, let's say, what, a pound of orzo, right? What is a pound? 16 ounces? Yeah, I think so. All right, that's 8. $15.5. How does this say to cook? 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Perfect. Okay, that's good. And then we'll add a little bit to this. Let's do a little bit more than a pound because orzo is one of those things that, very small. It's deceptive. So let's do a little more than a pound. Let's do 20. No, we're gonna do more than that because then there will be leftovers, and we love leftover pasta. Okay, so we're gonna do 24 ounces of orzo. Pound them. And that salad sounds delicious. I love spinach salad. Spinach is probably my preferred green for a salad, either spinach or arugula. I definitely love both of those things. So before I forget, we're going to salt the pasta water. And you know what I'm going to do? I was thinking of baking cookies for this, but honestly, y'all, I have a bunch of snacks. I bought a bunch of snacks at the Head Nut, and I don't think I really need to make cookies. So I'm going to skip that step, which is fine. Because I do have a bunch of snacks and I have stuff to make over the fire. And like, if I don't have cookies, it's okay. So we have mixed and formed the dough. We are kneading and resting the dough currently. Next step is to make our apples. I'm not going to make my lemon yogurt sauce today. What I am going to do is get out some dry spices for that. I want to get some cumin. Here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do. I'm thinking ahead to what I want to dip the lamb in, and I want to do a little bit of a sauce. So we'll do some turmeric and let's see, turmeric, white pepper. Turmeric, white pepper, and cumin. Where is the cumin? I feel like cumin's in the other cabinet. Turmeric, white pepper. What else is in here? Coriander, no. Nutmeg, no. Allspice, no. Ginger? No, because am I doing ginger and something else? No, we'll do a little bit of ginger. And cumin. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna make a little dry spice here that I can put in my yogurt. So that's the goal. I'm gonna mix that with some lemon and dill. Perfect. We're gonna mix all of that sort of together with a bit of whole fat Greek yogurt and have just like a little dipping sauce for the lamb. So I'm going to make a spice mix here of several things. And the turmeric's going to make it yellow no matter what else I put in here, which is fine. Ooh, that was a lot of pepper. Let's add a little bit more cumin to balance that out. Like, what am I putting in here? Right, that's pepper, so that's going to end up being quite a bit. And a little bit of dill. Let's do just a pinch of salt. And then I'm probably not going to use this whole mix here. But this is what we're going to put in the yogurt for dip. So I don't want to mix that today because I'm going to mix in some lemon with that. And I don't want to mix it too soon. And that's the type of thing that I can just do in like a little bowl or a little container at the campsite itself. That's easy to do. Easy to do. Hey, we saw Obi, we saw Ash. Guess who we missed today? Miss Elsie, here she is. She was just snooping around. Hold on, I was putting the spices away. This one I just caught snooping around on the trash can. She got caught. She did not want to get caught. But here she is. Command Elsie, E-L-S-I-E in chat. She is a good girl. Here she is. Look at this special cutie. She is so pretty. She's pissed. Elsie has a good face. She looks stern, but she's very sweet. She's a calico. LC, as in the letters L and C. That stands for little calico. Wow. No, she needs to get down. She does not want to be held. Pissed. She's pissed. Okay. All the cats got their claws cut the other day, and she's not happy with me, which is fine. We're okay with that. Okay, so we have dinner. We have our orzo together. Let me get these beans. We're gonna drain the beans, and we're gonna put those in. We're gonna put the bean water in a small container, and we're gonna freeze that so I can put it in with my stock mix. My stock mix is an ever-evolving number of different things, including vegetable scraps and bean water. Because this is a scenario where, like, this is gonna, whoa, that was a lot. This is gonna add a lot of flavor to a soup when I make it, and will just become part of the stock. And so we are draining these. Sit these right here. I'm gonna pop that in the freezer somewhere. Am I gonna pop this in the freezer? Maybe. Yes. Where can this go? Hold on. That goes there for now. This goes up top. This is gonna go right there on that shelf. And then these are gonna go, down here. Let's not shove those in. So empty space on the door. Look at that. We found it. Perfect. Okay. Let me wipe this counter off because it now has bean water on it. And then I'm going to get the peas out that I'm going to pop into dinner as well. And then dinner will be pretty well accomplished. Once that water boils, we will be 10 to 15. We'll be 15 minutes away from eating. So that's easy. That's easy. I know the family will like it, and we can continue with what we were doing. Let me wash my hands here. Now, again, my goal today is to be finished stream. I was expecting that I would need to take Calvin to karate tonight, which means I would need to end stream at 5:30. We are not nowhere close to being done. We're closer to being finished than we are to the start, but only time-wise. We're close to that, but I'm aiming for around 7 p.m. at the latest for wrapping up today. So just like FYI. Troy, welcome in. Happy 4-year anniversary. Thank you. Today is, in fact, the 4-year anniversary of stream. My first stream was 5 hours and 13 minutes long. I feel like today we might hit that. We might hit that today. When I say we might hit that, what I mean is we're going to hit that. Probably end up being longer. Yes. Okay. Puff and Serve Chapati is resting. Have 13 minutes left on the chapati bread. Next, we're going to make these baked apples. Now, we're not baking the apples today. We're not actually cooking anything today. What we are doing is we're creating the filling, we're coring the apples, we're filling them, and then we are packaging them today. So this is a complete prep. Gwen, are you going to sports practice?
I'm going to the park to play with my friends. Can you give me a bottle of water?
Gwen's going to sports practice. She's on a softball team, y'all.
Yeah.
Gwen's on a softball team.
No room over here for the cats to eat their food.
Okay, it's fine. Move shit off the counter. Everything over there can be moved off the counter. It's all charged. Just move it. Move the lights, move the battery, move the power strip, move all the stuff. You can do it.
Praise.
Lethargic says, I might do pasta tonight as well. I don't like soup. Yeah, soup is also definitely, I feel like soup is good year round if you like soup, but for a lot of people, it's a purely seasonal thing. Or a never thing, which sounds like is the case for you, which is also fine. You don't have to like soup. Okay, Gwen, here is a bottle for you. We are having pasta tonight, FYI, with red sauce and meatballs, shockingly.
I'm not at all hungry right now, but
Oh, okay. I don't usually hydrate on stream, but I've been drinking like 2 liters of water a day for the past like couple months, and not like intentionally, I'm not really measuring it, but I've been drinking like 2 water bottles. Like I have 1 liter bottles, and now I'm hurt. Now I find myself actually being thirsty. Weird. Oh, excuse me. Okay, let's get these apples together. Gwen, just to confirm, you said if the cats run out of food, I can just put another can in there. Do they have any specific type of can that you want me to put in there?
no, it's all the same.
Okay.
It might be fine. Maybe because there's no room for him right now.
Okay, that's fair. How did this? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Okay. A cooking hatch chili stream. You know, Blacksmith, I have never had a hatch chili. We've talked about this a bunch, and they're very West Coast, and it's something that I honestly do not see. Like, I go to the farmer's market in Philly here regularly. I've never once seen a hatch chili. I've actually never had a hatch chili. I've had a lot. I mean, I've only been on the West Coast like a handful of times. And it's something that I know everybody talks about and loves. I too would like a cooking with hatch chili stream. I would love it if anyone from the Eat It Dads community, from our like community of people, if there was a way to ship like fresh hatch chilies, even in like a vacuum sealed bag, I would love that. I would like pay for the shipping, and I would definitely cook them on stream. So are they in season? I don't actually know. I have no idea. Burgers, yes. Caretaker, we love burgers. We love a burger. Chef Ava B, welcome in. Hello. Good to have you. That is a favorite sound. I love the sound of when people raid in, because that means that we have new friends. I love new friends. Please don't go away. Hit the follow button. Follows are silent, so nothing's going to happen when you hit the follow button. You're just going to like follow, and that's awesome. And if you want to chat, great. That's fun too. Or you can enjoy your lurk. Friends who just joined us, Chef Ava B is a fellow food and drink streamer. Chef Ava, a question for you. Are you in the Twitch Creator Club, the Food and Drink Creator Club? Also, hey, if you're like, I'm in ads, I can't hear you, I'll ask again. And that's okay. We would love it if is that a Discord? You know what? It is. Here, I've got a link for you. It's in chat. If you would like, it's a club sponsored by Twitch for food and drink streamers to be in community, to answer each other's questions, to chat, to organize events, to get information directly from Twitch, which is great. It's almost a year old at this point, so we've had it for a little bit. But if you are a food and drink streamer in any capacity, and this is not just for Chef Ava, but for anybody who's within the sound of my voice, if you stream into the food and drink category, you should click the link that's in chat and apply to be in the Creator Club. And if you apply and you don't hear back in a little while, you can ping me on Discord. You can just send me a DM and be like, hey, I applied for the Creator Club. They are also a little backed up on accepting applications because a real live human looks at the application. It's not done with AI. Anyway, friends who are hanging out here, Chef Favorite B is a fellow food and drink streamer. It would be great if you could go follow them. And there is going to be a shout out in chat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 0. All right, there it is. There's a shout out in chat. There's also one on the thing. You can go ahead and click the link. It's there. Oh, wait. Okay, cool. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. If you are new to the stream from the raid, or perhaps you've been lurking for a little while, let me introduce myself. My name's Lou. I am a food and drink streamer. I am a home cook, a recipe developer. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm very happy to see you. Welcome. Follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, there's no alerts or sounds. We love lurkers. Our stream is all about cooking and conversation. Mostly vegetable forward family meals. We do recipe development, we do meal prep, we do baking, we do prep for camping trips, which we're doing today. And we also get out in the world for IRL streams. We have an IRL stream coming up on Thursday. We're going to be taking all the food that we're prepping on stream today and cooking it at the campsite out in the woods. For real, if you are a lurker, we love it here. If you are chatty, it is the vibe of hanging out at your friend's kitchen counter as they're cooking dinner. It's me, I'm your friend, you're the ones hanging out. Welcome to stream. What we're doing right now is prepping to make some baked apples. Baked apples we're prepping for. We're not baking them today, but we are prepping them. So we're going to prep the filling and then we're going to make the apples themselves. But let's get the filling going first. Recipe dev and videography. Amazing. What kind of recipe, like what kind of dev do you work on? I am relatively new to the development side of things. I've been doing it for about 1.5 years, mainly for the internet. Command recipes in chat if you're interested in finding some of my work like on the internet. But I'm always interested in expanding. So if you got what's the word? If you got connections, let me know. Happy to chat about it. But blog posts for companies sounds great because that is that's always like, I feel like that's good work too. I feel like that's good work. I don't want to say 2. I feel like that's good work, period. Okay, so this makes 4. I'm gonna make 2. So I really need to like just have this recipe half. I need to have it too because I'm trying to eat it because it sounds fucking good. I've actually had it before and it is really good. But we're going to cut this in half with what we're actually going to do. And walnuts. So about 1/3 of a cup of coarsely chopped walnuts. I don't have walnuts, so we're going to do pecans, and that's fine too. I'm not actually going to like measure these. So about 1/4 cup, I'm not actually going to measure these. Yes, I am. Cut to me immediately getting a 1/4 cup measure out of the drawer and measuring. I'm not going to coarsely chop these. What we're going to do is take them in my hand and crush them. We're going to crush them. You feel like food blogs are dying due to AI and the recession. I feel like there is two things. One, I feel like AI is certainly having an influence on the food world. I'll be honest, it's not a good one. And I feel like anybody who has ever like tried to follow a recipe before, like there is a thing that AI cannot do, which is physically taste. And I don't think there will ever be a world, well, let's say this, if there's a world where AI can physically, where like a computer, I'm aware that a computer can sense flavors. Like that science exists. It is probably deeply expensive for that to happen. And so it is unlikely that that will be used in the development of recipes for like, food bloggers blog, right? in a world where that is a thing that can actually happen, that's like whatever. But if you've ever tried to follow an AI recipe, right? Like the difference between like a quarter teaspoon and a half a teaspoon of salt is massive at a small scale. And there is zero ability for AI to determine that. AI can determine that across 1,000 different recipes online that this is probably the right amount, right? And it's getting better at that, but there's not a world in which it's going to excel past the taste of a human, of a real life human. So am I worried about AI taking over the things that I am personally working on? No, not particularly, because I also know sort of that I don't think there's going to be a world in which that's where that actually happens, right? 9, I'm glad that you got the cookies. I love that. I hope you enjoy them. If I were you, I don't, this is not a request, but what I would say is if I was making those cookies, I would turn the oven on, I would let it preheat to 350. I would take that cookie, I would turn the tap water on, and I would go like this. And I would just do it like a little bit, just like I would wet it, just like the littlest bit. I would put them on a sheet pan in the oven for 4 minutes.
I asked Mom if I could.
And I think that would be amazing. Okay, my time is up for my bread. So at any point now I can do the bread. 2 tablespoons of brown sugar. Where's my brown sugar? Here it is.
Mom, if I could go watch, but she said no.
Yeah, she doesn't want you to go watch her practice softball. You don't want to go watch her practice softball. I know you think.
For like 10 minutes and then go home.
Yeah, I know you think you do, but okay. So we're gonna do about half of this. So this is half a tablespoon. So 1 tablespoon of brown sugar. Kathy, enjoy your dinner. I hope you have a good one. Don't leave that in the oven too long. The timer telling you to open the oven is very important. I understand exactly how that goes. Okay, so we have our walnuts or pecans, raisins, brown sugar, a tablespoon of plum or apricot jam, and then 1/2 by 1/2 inch piece of crystallized ginger. What the fuck am I doing with the ginger? Okay. Slice and coarsely chop the jam and ginger. Okay, so the ginger, I don't have like a big piece of it, so I'm just going to use the crystallized ginger that we got for the cookies, which already comes in these nice little pieces. And we're going to just add those in, because that's about right. Cyrus says, I spray them with a water bottle, just 1 square. Exactly. That is, for me, that is exactly what I would do with it. I don't want to assume that anybody has a water bottle at home that they're comfortable spritzing their food with, but like, I definitely would do that.
Look at this so far.
I'm trying to look at it, but it is extremely close to my face.
It definitely looks better.
Yeah, it's changing color a little bit, and you can see some of the brown. There's like some brown sediment starting to form on the bottom. Okay, and a tablespoon of plum jam. So I have 1/2 a tablespoon. What's that? Would more salt make it go faster? No, I don't think more salt would make it go faster. I think there was plenty of salt in there. Stitch Lover, welcome in. What am I making? Well, we're making a bunch of things. Currently, I'm making a filling. I'm making the filling for baked apples. What we're going to do with that after the fact is stuff the apples. Hold on, pause. Before I put the wet ingredients in here. Slice and coarsely chop the plum or apricot jam, slightly chop the ginger, add it to the bowl. Okay. Stir well to combine. Okay, so we're going to add all of that to this bowl. And we're going to put this jam back in the fridge, because that's where it should go. Calvin, there is plum jam in the fridge for you to have, or whatever you want to eat with plum jam. Okay, so we're going to pop all of this back in the cabinet before I do anything else, because I hate having stuff out, and it bothers me. So I know that I'm finished with it, so we're going to put it back. It bothers me enough that I will put it away before doing the next thing. Calvin, I see our neighbor out front, who is he's out there he's actually out there playing. He's by himself too. So if you were interested, it's the person who you enjoy playing with as opposed to the ones that you don't. Anyway, so Stitch Lover, back to your question about what am I making? Oh, vinegar, Lethargic says vinegar also helps clean the coin. Would we put vinegar in with the salt water? Like, would that be a good thing to do? I feel like, I know vinegar and baking soda sort of make an explosion, but would it be helpful to put a little like dash of white vinegar in there too? Okay, so we're mixing all this together. Then we're going to core the apples. We're going to fill them. We're going to put some lemon juice in, and then we're going to pack them with this filling. I'm actually going to add a very little bit of regular sugar to this as well. There we go. And we're going to do a little mix it up here. Now this is just the filling for like 2 apples. There's not very much in here. But we have 2 big apples. So we'll see how it goes. Whoa, no close and grab the lemon juice. Huh?
It doesn't seem like it would be an emergency, but it says this is, and I can't click open.
Yeah.
Is that like bad? Or...
Well, you need to unlock your phone first. No. What? When was that from?
2 hours.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's not an issue. Unlock your phone and then see if you can do that. Where is my apple core? Oh, I know where it is. It's in the bin of useless kitchen products.
No,
Salt and vinegar together, they say. Okay, let's add. You want to add some vinegar to that, Callie? All right. Advice from chat. This is the part where like someone in chat should warn me if this is going to like overflow onto the counter and cause a giant mess. If you're messing with me, that's fine. But I prefer not to have a mess. So I'd love to know, because I'm not going to Google it first. We're just going to do it. Okay, get the fuck back in the cabinet. There it is. Okay, sorry. I have a cabinet full of useless crap. Here, we're gonna take his brain out. You ready?
Easy.
Just kidding. Where is the vinegar? What do we do with vinegar? Do we have white vinegar in here? Maybe. No. 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 Hold on. We have white vinegar down here. So this is important. I told you you could derail me doing literally anything. Here. Oh, here it is. Glug, glug, glug. Let's add a little bit of this. How much? I don't know. We're not going to measure. This is Calvin's penny that he found today. So we have salt and vinegar.
Should I mix that?
Should you mix it? I don't know. It seems like it mixed enough to me, but sure, give it a little stir with a chopstick and then put that chopstick in the sink. Or taste it. It'll taste like French fries from the boardwalk. It will, he says. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Salt and vinegar. That's what you put on fries, right? I do. They're so good.
A little bit.
Oh, did you actually taste it?
I mean, I taste the salt.
Good kid. Okay.
I taste the salt.
Okay, so we're going to take
There's a lot
this.
of salt on French fries.
I'm going to take this apple core. So the apple core, as I mentioned, lives in the cabinet of useless products. Hold on. Making sure not to break through the apple bottoms. Well, shit. Okay, well.
Look, usually if I...
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this. We're going to do this. I'm going to cut a plug. And we're just going to put that right back in there. There we go.
This, usually I don't have to unlock my phone first. When I click open, it just sends me to the unlock screen.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. That's a weird thing. I don't have any like specific feedback for you on that one.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's someone else's AirTag.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I have no
Okay.
freaking idea what I'm doing.
A jalapeno core. That's a great idea. Making sure not to break through the apple bottoms. Okay, so we're gonna. Cal, you want a piece of? Do you want to cut up apple? Will you eat a cut up apple?
Sure. Could you cut it up into like the really smaller, like the small?
He wants it finely diced. Yes. Yeah, because I accidentally cut through the bottom of this one, and I'd like to do this correctly. And if you're willing to eat an apple, I will cut it up for you in a preferred way, so that I can do a better version of an apple. So I can do one without having cut through the bottom. Okay. There we go. I do know what I'm doing. We're trying here. We're trying. At least I know what he's asking for when he's like, can you cut it up in the better way? Yes, I know what you mean. You want to be able to eat it with a spoon, basically. Oh yeah, they got the hoop out on the street now. Okay. So, after we finish coring and stuffing these apples, we're going to work on our breads. So the bread is going to be not necessarily the very last thing on stream, because I want to do the olives too. I want to create the olives and put them in the marinade. So we're doing olives in a little pan, and I actually gotta get out the pan. I want to use this pan on the fire because it's a good one. I just now had that thought. I was like, what am I going to put these in when I roast them on the fire? That's the pan. In fact, that's what the picture in the book that I'm pulling all of these recipes from looks like. The little tiny pan. It's like a little tin campfire type pan. So that'll be perfect. Alrighty. All right. So I cored that entire apple all the way through, which I did not mean to do, but Calvin is willing to. He's willing to take one for the team and eat an apple here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So we're gonna cut it up. We're gonna cut it up the way that he wants it, and we're gonna offer him. We're gonna offer him this apple with a little bit of like peanut butter on it.
Ooh, honey, please.
Honey, can you get the honey out of the kitchen box over there?
Yes.
Because I have already put it in the box for the purposes of traveling. Okay. But you can do that now so that I can keep moving with this. Do you want sun butter on here? Yes or no?
No. I just
No, just honey. Okay, get the honey out. It's in the box. Add the honey that you want. Here's a bowl of apples. Please enjoy. It looks like a lot, but that's only because they're cut up into teeny tiny chunks. Okay, so let's move along here, and we're going to cut the core.
This one or the other one?
The one that has all the food stuff in it. It should be obvious. It's the jar of honey from our cabinet. So we're cutting the core out of here. Oh, I remember this last time. This was a little bit dicey because I used a teaspoon, but I used like the handle of it.
Well, I said I just put it on.
Yeah, add what you want. So we're gonna take this. Oh, pardon me.
Your pardon.
You know what I have here that's actually gonna be nice for this? A teeny tiny spoon. I got like a little espresso spoon. For the purposes of my coffee. Yeah, for the purposes of espresso. So we're going to use that because that is small and will get in here very nicely, whereas a teaspoon is going to be a little bit large. So perfect. Okay. So we're scraping this out. We are taking care not to break through the bottom. Caretaker, that type of honey, the like localized honey, is always going to be so good. I'm a little jealous of your find there. What do you all do with honey when you get like good local honey? Calvin says eat it. I like to add it to yogurt. I think yogurt is like my favorite vehicle for honey. Okay, almost through to the bottom. So we're going to cut the core. Cut 1, cut 2, and kind of just cut around here to start, get a little hole for my spoon. And we're going to fill these apples, but we're not doing anything with them today. We're going to wrap them up. But once they're full and sort of ready to go, these will be, just take them out of the cooler and pop them onto the fire. And I know from experience, having made these before, that I am going to eat 2 of these because they were very good. Last time I made 4 and Calvin had 1 and I had 3. I don't need to eat 3. And in fact, I only bought 3 apples. So we're sticking with what we got here. So we're finished coring these. This should be just about enough space for all of that filling. I'm sort of eyeballing how much filling I have and excavating the apple to the point where I think I'll be able to get it all in here. But it can be deceiving. I mean, this is like quite a bit of apple, but it's also a little bit of filling. All right, now this, I'm not going to do anything else with that. In a perfect world, I would make like a quick simple syrup out of that, but we're not. R.I.P. Let's put the knife on the counter, rinse my hands. And just take a look here. Wash the apple, use a melon baller or starting measuring teaspoon to excavate the cores. Do not break through the apple bottom. Squeeze the juice from the lemon half into apple's holes. And rub the lemons cut side down on any exposed skin. Okay, so here we go. We're just going to pour a little bit of lemon juice in here. We're going to spin it all around. That's what it's all about. And then we're going to pour it into the other apple and do the same thing. Great. Perfect. Pour that back into the filling. Stuff the apples with the filling. It may not all fit. Then press a butter piece into the top of each hole like a cap. Using a sharp knife, score each apple's skin around its waist. So I'm going to score around the outside. If you plan to roast the apples in foil, cut a double layer of heavy-duty foil, measures 20 inches long, arrange the fruit snugly on the foil. Gather together the long edge of the foil, folding them over each other, blah, 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 2 to 3 times. Okay, I know how to seal stuff. Seal both ends of each packet in the same way. You want to avoid any leaking. Done. No problem. If you'll be using a Dutch oven, I won't. So we're going to stop reading there. Okay, so we have filling. Let's get... I'm going to cut this in half. We'll put half on one side of the bowl and half on the other. And we are going to stuff. You know what? I feel like this is a use a spoon, but like get it in with my hands situation. One little push at a time. Oh yeah, that went in real good. All right. And we're actually going to stuff this because I've got more filling than I have space in the apple, which is fine. Maybe this one will have a little bit more room, but that worked out really well, that first one. So we're filling this, and we are going to put these in a foil packet, but what we're going to do with these is wrap them first in parchment paper, because I don't love cooking directly on aluminum foil because it can burn, and then it's just like metal going into my food. I don't know. I have hesitations about it. It's one of those it's one of my like, I'd rather just put a layer of parchment paper in between them and that'll be fine. You know what I mean? Caretaker says you use your honey mostly for teas. Helps the throat during cold season. It certainly does. I am very familiar with a like hot tea when you're not feeling that great. That's probably one of my favorite feelings when I'm not feeling great is that the hot tea drink, the hot tea beverage. That is always a good one. Oh man, because it's like such good immediate relief. I love that. I'm with you on that. Peanut butter toast, Cyborg says, yeah. One of Gwen's favorite things is a peanut butter bagel. And I'm always like, do you want honey on that? And she's like, no. I'm like, why not? It's so good. But to each their own. Oh, and now we need a little pat of butter. We're going to use salted butter because because that's the better version of butter. Let me open this so I'm not like cutting through all this paper, and that's like, because that's annoying, and not that annoying. It's annoying when you're eating something and you're like, why is there paper in this? Anyway, pat of butter, and then we're going to stuff that in the top of each apple like a cap, which is great. Sorry, Sigil says I can eat honey the way it is. Out of the bottle or in coffee? In coffee, all right. I don't think I've ever had honey in coffee, but I also don't put sugar in my coffee, so I'm a little different in that regard. Okay, so the butter is like a cap. There we go. We're sealing this in, but it won't stay sealed for long. We're going to score these around the middle with a sharp knife. Around the waist specifically, it says. So we're just cutting the skin. So this is just one little score around the waist. So we're prepping food today for our camping trip on Thursday. We'll be live on Thursday for all of the day. If you're on the West Coast, certainly we'll be live starting at least about 10 a.m. We'll actually be live a little bit before that, but we have a little feature that is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. So we're going to be live before then so I can get my jitters and anxiety out of the way. But we'll be live all day. My plan on Thursday is to do a little bit of a hike and then a little bit of hanging out at the campsite. We will certainly start the campfire. Plenty of like outdoor ASMR to be had. We're going to cook over the fire. I don't plan on using a camp stove because I don't think we'll need it. I am bringing it because, like, you know, if we need to and it like pours rain for somehow, it's not supposed to. It is supposed to rain on Wednesday, which is why originally I was going to do the camping stream Wednesday, but we moved it to Thursday because the weather looked beautiful. Okay, let's pack these apples. We're going to pack these in two separate packages. So they are like specifically one apple per. I don't want to roast these together. So let's do a layer of parchment paper for each, and then we'll do a layer, probably 2 layers of aluminum foil. Now this is not heavy duty foil, which it says we should use heavy duty foil. I'm not. We're going to do regular foil and probably do 2 layers of that. So let's do 4 to start because I have 2 apples, so double that. We'll do 4. So let's put 2 to the side. We'll put 2 to this side. We'll put a piece of parchment to the side, and we have 1 piece of parchment here ready for an apple. Okay, so let's see. Arrange the fruit snugly. Gather together the long edges, folding them over each other 2 to 3 times to form a tight seal. Seal both ends of the packet. Okay, so this is like, they just want you to create an envelope seal, which is easy enough. Bella says, last night I made everything soup, hobo, or whatever you want to call it, Instant Pot. It was good. Nice. And everything soup is one of my favorite types of soup, where you're just like, what goes in it? I don't know, whatever's left in the fridge. whatever's left in the fridge. That's how we do it. So we're folding this over, we're creating a seal like that, and then we're doing that again from each side. So we're just making sure that this like completely seals up. The parchment does. The foil is going to be around here. We're going to do the same. I'm going to do the same thing with the foil. Let's do. Can I pull the foil all the way up? No. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing with the foil from one side. Damn it! I just ripped it. This is why you use heavy duty foil. Anyway, piece of shit. All right, we're gonna take a little different approach here. I'm gonna roll this because I already sealed the parts. Hold on, which part of this is the top? Okay, so top. Let's roll this so that it's sort of like the top is at the top. There we go. Now we're going to do this again. I'm going to do the same thing. This another piece of foil. We're going to go the opposite way. I still want to make sure that the top stays. I want to just be aware of which side of this is on top. That's all. Tundrello, Makuna honey. I'm not familiar with that. Eat a little at a time. Calvin loves those honey sticks, the ones that you get at like the store. He's upstairs going, what do I love? Honey sticks. Okay. Yeah, those are in fact very good. I also love those. Okay, so these are one. Let's package this other apple. So again, we're going to take the whatever side works better for this. This one does. And we're going to seal this up. Basically, we're folding it once, twice, as many times as we can. On one side, and we're doing the same thing on the other side. And we're sealing it, like sealing it. So when this steams, it is staying in. And let's make sure I remember. I'm gonna keep aware of where the top is, because they don't need to be upright in the fire, but it is nice if you keep them upright. Top. Okay, so that's good. This is good. 9 asks, what was the biggest hit on the weekend trip? Well, recap. What did I make for the weekend trip? We did pancakes. We did pancakes. We did hot dogs and hamburgers. And we also did grilled cheese and tomato soup and the breakfast wraps, which had scrambled egg, turkey bacon, cheese, Monterey Jack cheese, and roasted sweet potato. I would say that the biggest hit was probably the breakfast wraps. Those are the ones that sort of everybody liked. I got the most like visual feedback of people eating and enjoying them. Although I will say the grilled cheese and tomato soup were also really, really well received. So it's a toss up between those. And if I was having to like pick one, I would say the breakfast wraps were the most well enjoyed thing. A creamier flavor, so it's almost like a whipped honey. It sounds wild. I've never even heard of this. It is expensive. I mean, it sounds not processed, but it sure sounds like it's rarer, more rare. All right. So apples are done. We've checked another thing off the list. Now we're gonna finish these chapati breads. These are, we are in the roll the bread stage. So, transfer the dough back to the floured work surface, press into an even round, cut it into 12 equal pieces. Roll each piece into a ball, toss them back into your mixing bowl with the remaining half a cup of flour. What remaining flour? Oh, because in the initial direction here, it says 2 cups of the flour, not 2.5. Okay. This is where on the recipe, you should say separated, 2.5 cups of flour, comma, separated. Great. Okay. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. We're not doing it again, I'll tell you that. Okay. So, basically it just needed another half a cup of flour. Okay. That's fine. And I think it's fine. I think it'll be fine. I should say I'm not worried about it. Mrs. Syntax, welcome in. Is it not, it's not royal jelly. It is not. We used, in our jelly, for our jelly today, we used plum jelly, but I don't know if that's what you're asking me. I don't think you're asking me that. Is that a question for Twinderella and the honey? Supposed to have health benefits. Expensive stuff is always supposed to have health benefits. Okay, did he put the honey back in the container? Yes, he did. Good boy. Good boy. Okay, let me get my flour out again because I obviously needed it and I put it back, but I didn't. I put it back too soon. I put it back too soon, as usual. That's fine. Okay, so we're going to transfer the ball back to a floured work surface. Floured work surface. Press into an even round. Then cut it into 12 equal pieces. Okay, so let's maybe. Are we going to take this out of here? No, maybe. This is very, what's the word I'm searching for? This is thick. This is like a thick dough now, which is nice. The texture on the bottom is different than the texture on the top. So definitely, at this point, this is like a flour, everything situation. I mean, according to the recipe, it is. So we're going to press this into an even round. Okay. So like a pizza, it says cut it into 12 equal pieces. That's pretty easy. Took care of the book fair. Nice. Make sure he doesn't buy a bunch of crap. Oh my God. So Fluff, how many little toys and knickknacks and bullshit did they have at this thing? A lot, right? It's always a lot. Okay, like a pizza, cut this into 12 pieces. So 6 each. Three each. Now, I'm not going to measure these weight-wise. And no, I will not let it bother me. Callie, door. Yes, if you want to answer it, I'm just letting you know. I'm not pressuring you to do that. I know that you're upstairs on your iPad, but there are our neighbor children are outside playing in the street, if that is of interest to you. Okay, so transfer the dough back to floured work surface. Cut it like pizza. Roll each piece into a ball. Toss them back in your mixing bowl with the remaining flour. Okay. So we're going to roll these essentially back into a ball. Now, well, they're not exactly sticky, so we're going to kind of roll these into like as much of a ball as I can. Just so much crap, right? High grade, whoa, that one got out of the hand. High grade monofloral honey, meaning like one, I'm assuming that means it comes from like one type of plant, like the bees that make it were from one specific thing. Like lavender honey is like just lavender, right? Higher the number, the more shockingly expensive. Interesting. I'm curious about what all this means now. Okay, so if I give a little bit of pressure to this, they do come together in more of a ball. So they do sort of like form into a ball. And also, if I kind of roll them on the sticky side, I feel like this is a much better situation. Hey, Lemon, welcome in. A Recipe Reborn, friend of the stream. Before I say hi here, friends who were hanging out on this stream, listening to me bellow on and on about every little thing. A Recipe Reborn is a friend of the stream, fellow food and drink creator, but also does, I don't want to say dabbles, but is a home improvement enthusiast, a Final Fantasy explorer / extraordinaire, and also a genuinely good human whose company and stream I appreciate and whose experience and advice I value. If you were hanging out here on this stream and you see the shout out in chat, I would absolutely encourage you to please click it, hit the follow button, and go hang out next time Lemon is live. However, Lemon is not live right now because Lemon just raided into the stream, and we here appreciate that. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. First thing to get out of the way is that this is a silent follows stream. So if you hit the follow button, nothing's going to happen. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I'm not going to say hi to you if you follow until you actually say hi in chat first. So, Arrow, welcome in. Nice to see you. We are doing some trip prep today. So, as I mentioned, my name's Lou. I'm a recipe developer. We do a lot of food and drink, mainly food on stream. I'm a home cook. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. I'm really happy to have y'all here. Lemon, enjoy getting comfy. Enjoy getting comfy. That is the best part about finishing stream is the I'm finished and I can relax and not speak anymore. Thank you for bringing friends our way. Our stream is all about cooking. We do a lot of cooking on this stream. We do recipe development. I do baking. We do meal prep. We do prep for trips, which is what we're doing today. We are currently prepping for a camping trip. We have a special little camping trip coming up on Thursday. That is Thursday of this week. We're going to be doing some hiking. We're going to be out in the woods. We'll have a little fire. We're going to cook over the fire. It's going to be great. So come on back if that's your vibe. We love lurkers here, so feel free to hang out. Currently, I'm making a dough that's going to be a grilled bread. It's like a flatbread type of situation. Mrs. Syntax, enjoy Palia. We are currently doing these breads. So we're at this step where we roll each piece into a ball, toss them back into a mixing bowl, working one at a time, put the dough ball on a floured work surface, flatten with your hands to form a fat disc, then use a rolling pin or water bottle to smooth each disc into a round, rotating the dough as you work. Toss a little flour under and over the rounds. They'll be between 5 and 7 inches in diameter once you're done. Okay, so there's no 5 or 7 inch circle on here, but there is a 6-inch tart circle. So we're going to go with that. I am going to get my rolling pin out. We have a little pin here. We're going to add a little flour to that. And we're going to roll this like basically kind of past the 6-inch mark here. These are called chapati. It says you can also form the chapati the old school way by slapping the dough discs hard between your palms until they're the proper thinness. It's a bit more work than rolling, and the final product will cook up more rustic, but they're tasty nonetheless. Now, I'm gonna roll these because I kind of want to, because just that little bit there was sort of exhausting, if I'm being honest, and it's warm in my kitchen. Why do I still have the oven on? Sorry, intrusive thought. I was going to make cookies. I was going to bake some cookies, and then I didn't. And now, and I'm like, my oven is still on. That's why it's warm in here. Great. Cool. So these are going to be between 5 and 7 inches. There are 12 of them. So this 6-inch tart circle is like perfect here. So we're rotating the dough as I work, tossing a little flour under and over the rounds as you go to prevent sticking. They'll be between 5 and 7 inches once you're done. Pack and freeze. Flour each finished disc well on both sides. Place on a small sheet of parchment paper, then stack them, making sure each one is separated by the paper. Okay, so before I do any more rolling here, here's what we're going to do. We're going to we're going to get out sheets of parchment paper. So I have 12 of these pieces of dough, right? Let's do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. 12. So we're going to take each piece of parchment paper. Hold on. +1 for the top and 1 for the bottom. 14. Take our scissors. Cut all of these in half. They're all the same width because they rolled off the thing the same. No, they're all whatever. They're all one on one side of them. They're all even. So we're going to cut these in half. Great. Whoop. Let's not put those in the flour. Whatever. Or let's just not. Better statement. Let's not leave those in the flour. Okay. So we're going to pop these on a sheet pan. And I'm actually just going to put them in here because this is round and that's fine. We're going to put a little bit of flour in my bowl here so I don't dip my hands in the bag. And we're going to flour these well on side 1 and side 2. That's 1. 11 to go. So we have these. We're prepping for a camping trip. So we're going camping. I've already done a bunch on stream today, so let me catch you up on what we've actually accomplished so far. Today on stream, we have talked a bunch. I had some coffee. I talked a bunch more. Then we actually got started doing things on around the 1.5 hour mark. After that, we worked on a lamb kebab recipe. So I fully made the spices. I toasted the spices, I ground the spices, I cut up the lamb, I added the spices with some garlic and olive oil to the lamb, and then we put the cubed lamb on skewers that I'd soaked and put those in a vacuum seal bag. Those are in the fridge. So those are ready to go on the fire. They are just grilled lamb. There's no like vegetables or anything else on those skewers. It's literally just lamb. So that is thing number 1 that we did. Thing number 2 is we put together this dough. So I started working on this dough. This is we messed up we didn't mess up the recipe. Let me give myself some grace here. We made the recipe as it was written in the book. As it was written in the book, it turned into soup. the dough did. It looked awful. I said it before we started. I was like, this is the wrong ratio of flour to dough, but like I'm using a different flour and wrong ratio of flour to water. As it turns out, the book came with a little note. It was like a little additional slip of paper that came in the box with the book, and it said, "Hey, this quick bread or this bread recipe that you are currently making is instead of using 2 1/4 cups of water, you're supposed to use 3/4 cups of water. We're sorry for the confusion." So I dumped the first half of that dough in the water. I dumped the first version of that dough in the compost directly, and then we made another version. This one is what I'm working with now. It looks a lot better. We are going to take this. We rolled it. We kneaded it for 10 minutes. We rested it. Now we're putting it in these in a stack here. We're rolling out individual doughs. All of these I'm going to slap directly onto the grill grate. When we are at the campsite, they're going to grill for like 1 or maybe 2 minutes, and then they'll be good. They'll be ready to go. So we worked on this dough, and we're finishing the process here now. I'm going to pop this into the vacuum sealer too. When I'm finished rolling these out, we're going to do 6 and 6, so 2 packages of dough for the vacuum sealer. So we did that. We're working on the dessert as well. So while the dough was resting, we made a mix for these sweet ginger baked apples. We cored the apples. We made a mix. The mix included pecans, brown sugar, white sugar, crystallized ginger, and what else? Something else. I don't remember what else. Something. Whatever. It was good. It looked good. It smelled good. We cored the apples, and then I filled them. We put a little slice of butter on the top, and then wrapped them up, ready to be baked. So those are in the fridge, wrapped in parchment paper and foil, ready to go. So that is all we've done so far. That's it. Just that. And now we're rolling this dough. After we're finished rolling this dough, we're going to make we're marinating some olives next. That's like the next step. And then we're going to evaluate and see if there's anything else we need to do. Also, in the middle of all of that, I got dinner ready. So we're like getting dinner together. Having orzo beans, red sauce I made last night, meatballs that I got from Reading Terminal Market. And that's what we're having for dinner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I have 1 more of these, and then we have sort of round 2. Lemon, I love that. Refresh Krupo's water, refresh Krupo's drinking water, refresh her eyeball water, refresh refresh her water, her body water. You've done water 3 ways for Krupo, which is a loving and doting animal parent, and we appreciate that. And you've got your blinds closed, which is nice. Enjoy your food. Thank you for bringing friends through. I appreciate you. We're going to be live again on Thursday. We have a front page slot, which is terrifying, kind of terrifying, on Thursday for this IRL stream. So if you want to see me spiral into an anxious puddle, come on back on Thursday. Anyway, have to manage Krupo. Oh my God, I know. Well, Daisy doesn't need eye drops, but she does need to be let out like every 45 seconds. So it's old dogs, man. We love them. We love an old dog, and they have lots of needs. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Tuesday. This feels very aggressive, but I'm not into that. Mainly, I'm not into the pressure that it's putting on my palms and hands because they're not used to it. They're delicate. I'm delicate. Not really, just, it's a lot, and I'm getting through them a lot quicker with the rolling pin, honestly. Okay, but we're working on this. I'm doing these to about 6 inches or so. It said between 5 and 7, so like I have a 6-inch circle here, and like that's been good enough for me. So we're doing that. This will be the 6th of 12, so we're halfway through these. Now this is going to be, yeah, that's going to be stack 1. So this is basically like, we're going to vacuum seal these. But let me put those there. So we have, hold on, how many pieces of parchment did I use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, good. I do. I have enough. It's like top and bottom. I felt like I had enough, but like, I don't want to get to the end here and not have enough parchment to like do the last piece and then have to go cut parchment to finish this off. That would be annoying. I think starting these with the slapping method is good because it's a little bit cathartic, and also they stick less than when I do it on the cutting, or on the not cutting board, whatever this thing is, the board, this thing, the silicone pastry mat. Friends who were joined us, if you are new to the stream, I want to encourage you to hit the follow button. Follows are silent. We have no alerts or sounds. There's no notice when you hit the follow button. You just follow, and then you're following. There's no, I'm not going to say hi to you or call you out. Follows are completely silent. So if you are like me and just enjoy lurking, please know that you will be able to continue your lurk in full anonymity. And if you want attention, you can use the chat, and that's what it's for. Otherwise, I'm going to keep talking. So welcome. This is how it is around here. So I am flouring these things. These feel great. The actual like textural, textural, the texture of these, the tactile feeling of these is quite nice. There's a, it's almost like, it's like pizza dough, just not stretchy. Like it has a very smooth, it's, it's not like pizza dough, because pizza dough is very stretchy and sort of falls apart and gets, changes texture when it gets warm. This is more like a pasta dough, it feels like, but it's less thick. A little bit drier than like a naan. I've made naan before, and this is not quite the same. So an interesting and good texture. I'm really looking forward to these, sort of the final version of what this ends up being, because they are, they seem very easy in the sense that like there's not a ton of ingredients, and the actual like time to put these together. This is the most time intensive part of this, is the shaping of these. And this is why I like to prep for camping. Now, this book that I'm using called Cook It Wild is designed, or written rather, with camping in mind. It's for cooking in the wild. You probably guessed that from the title. But all the recipes in here are structured such that they have two parts to them. They have an at-home part, and then they have a campsite part. So it is really up my alley in terms of how I like to consider cooking for outdoors. Like, I love eating well when we're out, when we're camping. I don't have anything against like, instant ramen or hot dogs specifically. And in fact, hot dogs are usually the thing that we have like the first night after arriving. But I love actual food, and sort of, I enjoy cooking. You'll be surprised to know this. And that was sarcasm. I enjoy cooking, and I enjoy the sort of like cooking in the woods challenge. Now, the last time we did trip prep, which was last week for a camping trip this past weekend, I was prepping for a big group, which is a very different sort of mindset and process than what I'm sort of doing now. Although what I'm doing now, this probably takes less time than doing all those breakfast wraps. But again, this is only one element of a meal. But, you could scale this up. If I had 10 people, I would probably, I would at least triple this recipe and give each person like 3 pieces of bread. Because this recipe makes 12 breads. Actually, that would be 36 if I had, anyway, math. Fuck it, we're not doing that. But like the kebabs would certainly work. You could prep all those ahead of time. The salad, you would just need to scale up. So like this meal would work also for a large group. But I love the prepping ahead of time. Twinderella says, I love campfire food for the smokiness. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like the fact that you're cooking it over a real fire is very different than just popping it in your oven. Like I could do these on, you could probably do these on like the grill at home. I'm sure that would work just as well. And it's definitely a meal that you could do at home. But like, I'm working my way through this book. It's been I've done 3 recipes from here so far. Doing 3 new ones plus 1 that I've already done for this trip. And so we're working through it. There's a bunch in here that I like. I think for the next trip that I do, the next trip is going to be with Calvin, and that's going to be a long weekend scenario. So like I think 4 nights is the next one, which we'll be prepping for next week. So we're going to be doing a bunch of trip prep again. We're into the end of my camping season, by the way. Camping season for me kind of ends at the end of June. So I've got another trip with Calvin. I have another trip with some friends of mine, like a guys trip. And then I think that's it. So I think I got after we go, y'all, chat and me, after we go, we have 2 more trips to prep for. So, cooked over the fire pit. That's fun. Do they, those solo stoves that they have, the ones that are like the circles that like, clean burning, no smoke, blah, 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 which like, come on, it's part of the fun. But I get it. Can you cook on those? Is that even a thing? I feel like I haven't looked into them enough, but like, if you could cook on those, I might consider one because we don't have a lot of space, but like, I have a small patio. I would do that like a fucking hibachi in front of my house. Although, I could just get a small grill and put that in front of my house and just like grill out while the neighbors walk by, which could be fun too. All right, last one in. Cooked over the fire pit is a great idea. And a campfire hot dog hits very differently. You can cook on a solo stove? Fantastic. I might be more intrigued than I was previously. I'll say that. I'm probably still not going to ever get one because I don't know what else I would use it for, but I'm intrigued. Okay, I'm going to wash my hands now, and we're going to get on to the last aspect of this, which is a very easy olive marinade. I say easy because I haven't actually looked at the recipe. It could be terrifically difficult. I have no idea. Let's package these doughs first. What does it say about the doughs? Pack. Flour each finished disc. Place a small sheet of parchment between them. Stack them. Wrap the stack tightly with aluminum foil. Pack into a resealable bag or airtight container and freeze. Let's not put these in the vacuum sealer because I feel like that will make them stick together too much. Let's follow the directions that the recipe says and wrap them with aluminum foil and put them in a bag. Because I think that is probably the better move here than dump it. That is probably following the directions here feels like a better idea than deciding to do things a little differently and then having them get sticky and stuck together, and then I'll be very disappointed. Okay, so we're going to wrap the sack tightly with aluminum foil. Okay, tightly it is. So let's wrap, wrap. Okay, so that's one stack of 6. And another stack of 6. So the directions for these sound pretty straightforward to cook. It says, cook on one side for 30 to 60 seconds until the top begins to form dime-sized bubbles. Using tongs, flip them and cook them for another 30 seconds. If your heat source is a fire or camp stove, flip it onto the grill grate. It should inflate almost immediately into a ball. Let it blister lightly 10 to 20 seconds, turning as needed for even cooking. Sounds right. Sounds about right. Ah, Tunderella, that is... See, I would love to have a fire pit, just in general, because like a campfire, like having flour all over my frontage, having like a campfire specifically is such a it's such a unique and lovely like thing that is very hard to have in the city and replicate. And I get that like the solo stoves are one of the things that people try to do, but like I don't know. I don't know. I'm sort of, I feel like if I had one of those solo stoves, and I'm not trying to say anything about the folks that have them, I'm speaking for me personally, I would feel a bit cheated out of the campfire experience. I've seen them before, like out in the world, and they're always like slightly disappointing. You're glad you got yours though. See, and that's good to hear. I feel like myself, I would be like, oh, I don't know. But I also would use it. If I had one, I use it. I know that I would use it if I had. Okay, we're gonna freeze these. Let's not forget that these are in the freezer. I won't forget that these are in the freezer because I have other things in here. Oh, peas. We're gonna put peas in the pasta tonight. Okay, so my brain was just like, meh. All right, so these are finished. We're done with those. So we've finished the kebabs. We've finished the chapati. I do not need to do anything for the simply sweet and sour salad because all of that is going to get done at camp. Next and last today is the freakishly delicious olives. Mix and pack. In a leak-proof container or resealable bag, combine the olives, chili flakes, rosemary, and olive oil and transfer to the refrigerator. Gee, that sounds straightforward. I think we can do that. Let's take this flour. We are definitely and most assuredly finished with this flour today. Put that back in the cabinet. Back in the cabinet. Whole, high gluten, whole wheat flour back in the cabinet. How's my order doing over here? Let's turn, okay. How am I heating the meatballs and sauce? We are doing the I said I wanted to do those. I said I wanted to do this in the microwave. I'm now thinking I have meatballs in sauce that I don't really want to microwave. Let's put them in a pot. Okay, we're gonna put those in a pot now. We're gonna dump the pasta in a pot now. That way, by the time we finish assembling the olives, the sauce will at least be a little bit warm. The pasta will be on its way. And we won't have a lot of time to wait for dinner. And importantly, I don't really want to wait for dinner because we are doing a, for 2 reasons. 1, I have a phone call with a friend tonight at 8 p.m. 2, I am hungry. 3, I would like to watch the show that Calvin and Gwen and I started watching, starting sometime around 7 p.m. So I would like to be finished stream and have dinner ready to go and on the table by let's say 18. Oh, I was going to say 1845, but we're not going to do that. Let's say 1850. That'll give me just enough time to load the dishwasher, triage the sink, and bullshit for a few minutes, honestly. So that's what we're going to do. Trinidad, you said your kids hadn't even had s'mores. See, now there you go. That's a good reason to get one of those because it's like, well, what's really the heart of the thing is the s'more. That's like, really, that's the thing that you're wanting, right? it's not the like raging campfire. It's not the like unwieldy sort of campfire that I am specifically talking about. Where I'm like, oh, I feel like the solo stoves would be like a little bit disheartening or disappointing. Right, because I'm thinking that I wouldn't be able to have my big old campfire, you know, with the like I don't know, with all that entails. All right, so we're heating that sauce. I'm gonna do one thing here. I'm not going to empty the sink. I am going to take things out of it so that I can get to the bottom. Now, y'all, I didn't do anything related to dishes on stream today. And y'all, Gwen is going to come home. Shit. That's this count. I don't even want to show you this counter. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in, if I'm being honest. But I also know where, like, all of, I don't know, whatever. Okay, so pause. That is on. Let's get the lid out for that. I'm gonna put a lid on that pot. Do I even have a lid for that pot? Oh my God. The lid for that pot might be in the sink. It's fine. If the lid's in the sink, it doesn't matter. Is it in the sink? I just want to know. How could it be in the sink? I washed all the dishes this morning. It can't be in the sink. It's got to be down here. Where's the lid to that pot? Oh, it's right there. Okay, we're going to put it up in this pot. We're going to turn their pasta water back up to high. When that's on, we're going to dump the pasta. Let me get the peas out so that I have the recollection that I want to put these in. And we're just going to take a big bowl of these and we'll dump those in. Pasta water. We'll dump the peas, we'll dump the beans, we'll put all that in the pasta water. We'll drain them all at the same time, and that will be that. Then we'll put the sauce in there with the meatballs. We'll simmer all that together in the big pot, and dinner is good to go. All right, did we salt the pasta water already? We did. We did. Okay. Sorry. We had to get back. So like dinner had to like get moving because we're at that point now. The Weber kettle turned fire pit is super, super nice. That is awesome. That is like exactly what you could like what you're supposed to use it for. I call it my janky fire pit. I mean, it's like that's literally the Weber kettle hasn't changed designs for the entire existence of the kettle. And like I saw on YouTube the other day, there was someone who was like restoring old Weber grills, and I was like so into it. Yeah, the solo stoves, I feel like I don't know that I would buy a solo stove, but here's what I've said. I've seen them at the beverage distributor near my house before, and if I ever see one there again, I'm going to, because I'm not like friends with the owner or whatever, but like I'm in there often enough that I feel like I could be like, hey, you got that from like for free from like fucking White Claw, right? What are you doing with it afterward? Can I like put my name on it and have you give it to me when you're done? Maybe. Hey, I found the other sheet pan I was looking for. Here it is. It had all my stuff for stream prep on it. Oh my God, Tundrella, of course you went extra. That's amazing. Do you have any special plans for tomorrow, by the way? I know you said you were working on stuff, but like, do you have anything specific that is anything specifically like a surprise? Bellis, if I found one at a garage sale, I would certainly buy it. I used to have one that was not a Weber, but I had like a mini grill that was shaped like a football that I got for free that I literally used for years to grill stuff on. It wasn't even quality. It was just like a piece of shit grill, and it was great. Okay, so we have a jar of olives. These are pitted Italian Castelvetrano olives. It says they were hand selected. These are Mezzetta brand olives, which means literally nothing to me, but I don't know. I didn't want to buy the other brands. This one looked good. This one got me because it said hand selected on it. And I was like, hand selected. Okay. I was a sucker for the advertising. 1.5 cups of firm pitting green olives. These are not pitting green olives. They are green. They're not, there's no pits. A teaspoon of chili flakes, a sprig of rosemary, and 1/2 cup of extra virgin olive oil. Okay. 1/2 cup of olive oil. Sheesh. Made with care, made to share, it says inside the lid. Okay. Love that for me. I am not sharing these with anyone. I'm eating them all by myself. Sorry. 1/2 cup of olive oil feels like a thing that I don't actually need to measure, right? Do I need to measure that? I didn't measure the olives, so no, we're not going to measure. We're going to put, that's probably 1/4 cup. That is probably about 1/2 cup. Good. And here's what's going to happen. I'm going to heat these olives over the fire. They're going to be delicious. I'm going to eat them, and then we're going to save the oil anyway. So like, it really doesn't matter if I use a little extra oil to that end. Plug it. All right. There we go. All right. So this says a teaspoon of chili flakes, a sprig of rosemary, and olive oil. When we get to the campsite, it asks for an orange. Let's drop this orzo in. Orzo is going to take about 9 minutes to al dente, it says. So we're going to start my timer, drop my pasta in for dinner. I'm going to give that a little stir. That's a big spoon. We want the medium spoon. There's the medium spoon. Okay, we're going to give that a little stir. We're going to put this bowl over. No, we're not going to put that in the sink. Let's not put that in the sink. I want to start my timer. Timer started. Let's set a timer for 7 minutes. At 7 minutes, we're going to drop the beans and the peas in. Put this in the sink. We're going to take our glass that was already on the dish pan, and reminder to save my pasta water. Okay. It says about a teaspoon of chili flakes. Again, we're using Aleppo pepper because I don't really have chili flakes, but that's fine. I don't have rosemary either. It says a sprig of rosemary, so we're going to do a little bit of dried rosemary. And that's okay, but I'm going to take a bit of thyme and put that in here too, because we have like some fresh, a little fresh, and then a little bit of dried. That rosemary will be in there until Thursday, so it's going to soak up the oil, and that will be nice. That'll be nice. That'll be good. Once we're finished eating these olives, I will take the oil home again, we'll strain it, and then it'll be something to use in cooking, I think. So Trinidad said we're having fellows. That's really funny about your neighbor though. Do you think your neighbor has buyer's remorse? I hope not. Maybe they do. Special breakfast bacon, hash browns, French toast, presents. Sure, they'll want to spend a good part of the day playing with the new stuff. Oh, nice. Okay. I don't know if they're I don't know if they're within earshot, so I don't want to like. I'm assuming they're not, but in case they are, I'm sort of not reading out loud. I'm reading though. Oh, that's super fun. I love the like you get to pick dinner. That's a good one. Which feels more like a tradition and less like a surprise. Like, hey, we need to know where you want to go. Super. I should have cut these rosemary sprigs before I put them in. That's okay. They'll be fine. We're going to pop the lid on this. We're going to give this a little shake. There at the store with Adam. Good. Okay. And here's what we're going to pop into the little pan to cook over the fire as a little appetizer as things sort of get going. That sounds really fun. It sounds like you went all out. Sounds like they're going to have a good one. I hope tomorrow is... Tomorrow? Wait, did you say tomorrow or Thursday? I think you said tomorrow. I hope it goes well. I hope there's no hiccups. One gets breakfast and one gets dinner. And lunch, you're on your own. You're on your own for lunch. That's great. Sheesh. Well, tomorrow. Okay, cool. I'm gonna be exhausted. It is, I'm sure, difficult to like make that, maybe not difficult, but you do have to think about like, oh, these are two different human beings. They really need to be treated like such, which is fair. Calvin has some friends that are, he has friends that are twins that are in his grade, a boy and a girl, and they are, it is interesting to see the differences between the two, and sort of how where they intersect and where they disconnect. And he's friends with both of them. They were in fact both camping with us this weekend. All right, we're working on this dinner here. We have a little sauce going on. Caretaker, enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully we get to catch you on Thursday. If not, we'll see you next time. We'll be live next week too. We'll be live at some point next week. I don't know what the exact schedule is. Next week's a weird one because it's like school's closed on Tuesday, and then yeah, school's closed on Tuesday. And then we have a concert. Calvin's end of year band concert is Thursday. A lot going on. Big week next week. We are doing trip prep again next week, so we'll see. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Oh, the comment about the penny. The penny should be done by now. The penny is not looking necessarily done. It's still quite brown. I'm assuming if you scrub it. Sorry, this is me scrolling back in chat mentally, like an hour, like 20-30 minutes in chat. Okay, here's what we've done today. Let's see, we made the breads, we've packed them, we've made the olives. Not doing that. All right, we finished my checklist for today. Checklist is done. Let's finish dinner, and then we'll be out of here. We're almost finished today with all of our obligations. Not obligations. We're almost finished today with our stream stuff. Why do I have garlic on the counter? This was hiding behind something. I don't know, but I feel like this needs to go in with my things to pack to take with. I don't know why that garlic was there. Mystery garlic, but there it is. Oh, I was looking for this. This goes to the flour that I put away earlier and couldn't find the twisty tie for. Great. See, this is why I like to keep the counter clean, because it makes me a little bit more organized and allows me to, like, keep things in front of me. All right. We have about 30 seconds till we drop the peas in here. And then another minute or two after that, we'll be ready to go. So I'm going to start cleaning off my counter. I'm actually going to wipe the counter, and then we'll spray the counter. So we're going to wipe it with we're going to dry wipe it first because it had flour on it. Then we're going to wet wipe it, and then we're going to actually clean it with my, that towel is done. See, I don't even know where my fucking wet wipe is over here anymore. Okay, pause. Timer's going off for my pasta. That means I want to add the peas. Send it. And I want to add the beans. Do those. Perfect. And other timer is still going. All right, we're good. We're good. Let's wipe, and then we are going to keep moving here. My sense of timing today was pretty on point. I switched mentally from being finished stream at 5 to being finished stream at 7 p.m. I did that before stream started, but I feel like had I needed to finish at 5 p.m. today, we would have been done at 5. I didn't need to, so I was like, no, we'll get to 7. Here we are. We've arrived. Now, I say that, and now I don't know what time Gwen is getting home from her, like, sports ball practice. She's playing she's playing softball in like a little adult league type of thing with some work friends, and they have practice this evening, which is fun. And I was like, can I play? I want to play. And she was like, no. And I was like, but other partners and spouses from other people who you work with are playing. And she was like, yeah, but no. And I was like, oh. I got denied. Well, more to the point, she was like, well, we have enough people. And I was like, you ever played in a rec league before? She has. You always need more people. So like, let me come in. I'll come in when you need it, because you're gonna need it. All right, timer is going off. Beans are starting to float, which is great. Let me wash my hands first. Let me take this colander out of the sink. I'm gonna wash my hands. Then we're going to dump this pasta. Then we'll pop the sauce in. Oh, now you're going outside? Is it too late for that? Yeah, now he's going outside 10 minutes before I want to start watching the show. Well, yeah, go outside. But next time the kids are out there playing and I tell you they're out there playing for like an hour, I want you to go out then, okay? Remember the conversation we had last night about timing and when to say things? Okay. Did y'all hear me say that there were kids outside playing? Like, I know that you all heard this. He's up there. His iPad time probably ran out. That's why. Did your time run out? No. Okay. Well, I misjudged. That's on me. Okay. Well, how about this, Cal? You can go outside until Mom comes home. Or I guess you can go outside until you want to come in. But when Mom comes home, we'll eat dinner. And if you want to watch that thing, that's going to need to happen at some point. Whose turn is it tonight? Mom's? No, I was last night. All right, whatever. Bye. Yeah. Kids. That one's on me. That one's on me. I should have been like, look, if you're going to go outside, do it now. I should have said that like an hour ago. Yo! Do we have any rackets? No, we have no rackets that you're going to have access to right now. Okay. Tennis rackets. Okay, sorry, I got to dump this pasta. First, let's get my... Yeah, I should have been more declarative that like the time to go outside was an hour ago. It's fine. I personally would prefer that he hang out outside with other kids at any time. And I was also kind of looking forward to watching that show. And I think that if we don't watch it tonight, that's a lesson in time management, time and priority management. And that's okay. We can also learn that one. It might be a hard one, but like whatever. All right. Hashtag parenting. It's so fun. You should try it sometime. Unless you are not a patient person, in which case don't. Definitely don't. Even if you are a patient person. Okay. So we have our order saved. We have our orzo. Orzo is definitely cooked here because I left it sort of go for a little bit after the fact. We're going to drain this. We're going to drain this, and then we're going to put it right back into the pot because I am just going to put the sauce back in here, and then, yeah, the sauce is here in this pot. It's bubbling away. It's most certainly hot. We have a 1.5 pounds of orzo here. So this is a pretty sizable amount. It is draining, but I don't need it to drain all the way because I'm going to add a little bit of pasta water to it anyway. So let's dump that in. while it's still nice and not completely starchy and stuck together. Beautiful. Okay, Moon Dies, hello. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're good. And if you're not good, I hope you have a plan. And if you don't have a plan, I'm happy that you're here regardless. Okay, that was a weird segue. Let's come on over to the stove here. We're gonna look at this pot. Here it is. This is the finished orzo with beans and peas in it. We're gonna take my sauce here. This is a big pot of orzo. We've got quite a bit going on here. I'm just gonna dump. Whoa, fuck, that was hot. Turn that burner off. I'm gonna dump this in. We're gonna scrape this pan, and then is this burner off? Yeah, all my burners are off. We're gonna mix all of this in together, and then this is gonna be dinner tonight. Meatball subs yesterday, pasta sauce tonight. Anyway, not getting it is indeed orzo. It's looking real good. This is kind of like a soupy consistency at the moment. So maybe we're going to turn this on and kind of let this bubble and simmer a little bit on its own. Everything in here is ripping hot though. So we've got orzo, peas, beans. These are butter beans, so they're not cannellini beans. They're limas. They're a little bit bigger. I'm going to add a little bit of pepper to this because I made the sauce last night for meatball subs. This was the leftover pizza sauce from our pizzas a couple weeks ago. This was, it was leftover pizza sauce. It was a can of, leftover pizza sauce, a can of tomato sauce, just like plain old tomato sauce. And also, what else did I put in here? The onions from the camping trip that didn't get used. So the onions that were the chopped up onion, I put those in here. I put, for the sauce specifically, I put chopped up red onion and garlic powder because I didn't feel like chopping up any garlic. Chopped up red onion and garlic powder, leftover pizza sauce, and a can, a 28-ounce can of tomato, just regular like tomato puree. And that's what was in here. I got the meatballs at Reading Terminal yesterday, but this was all sort of kind of an ad hoc sauce with a bunch of stuff. So hopefully it goes well with this orzo tonight. And I think I've got the heat on here. I'm just stirring and stirring. This is already starting to look a little thick. So if I know anything about orzo, and I do, it's going to sit and absorb a bunch of this. It's going to sit and absorb a ton of that sauce as it sits. So the longer this sits, the less sauce there will be, and that's fine. What we're going to do though is put a lid on it, and then we're going to come back over to the counter here, and it is 18:59, and I said I wanted to be finished stream by 7 p.m. and you know what? I don't have anything else to do today. We're done. We did it. What did we do? What did we do today? That's a very existential question. We prepped for camping. We prepped chapati bread. We prepped kebabs. I prepped baked apples. I also made dinner. So we did quite a bit. What are we doing tomorrow? Well, nothing. Tomorrow we might, it is possible that I might stream on the alt channel. There's a link to that in chat. I just shouted it out. I shouted out myself. So we have an alt channel. I don't use it very much, but I feel like I might use it tomorrow evening. Either that or this one. I'm not really positive, but I think I might stream tomorrow evening for a little bit to test my gear setup because I want to make sure things work. I want to make sure I just want to make sure everything works. So the next stream that we're doing on this channel is going to be on Thursday. Thursday's stream is going to be out in the world. We're going to be doing a camping trip. So we're going to start that stream sometime between 11 and noon Eastern. And we're going to be live basically all day. We're going to take a little hike. We're going to come back to the campsite. We're going to start a fire. We're going to take a look we're going to kind of hang out at the campsite. We'll have lunch. We'll prep for dinner. We're going to do all the food that I just prepped. We'll make that for dinner. We'll sit around for a little bit more, have some dessert. So it's going to be a good, stream. If you are inclined to come hang out, I want to tell you that we're expecting, and I believe, scheduled to do an IRL, not IRL. I am scheduled to be on the front page of Twitch. So what that means is we may end up having a bit of a different chat environment, which would be fine. And I think I'm just being honest. I'm anxious and nervous about it. I hope it goes well, but it's also part of why I want to do maybe a little test stream tomorrow, just to make sure that we're doing okay. Anyway, that is the schedule for Thursday. I'm not sure what kind of testing or test stream. I have no timing for anything that I might do tomorrow, but I do anticipate going live on the alt channel for a little bit, just to make sure that I know what the connection looks like, if it's stable, basically that. So I am looking forward to it though. So that should be fun. I'm not sure where we're going to go today. I have the thought that I'd like to raid I have the thought that I'd like to raid a friend of the stream, someone who has been in chat and been supportive of the stream, a brand new member of the Food and Drink Creator Club, who I don't actually see on the Creator Club team at the moment, which is also fine. Whatever, it's totally fine. Anyway, we're going to go raid Warzy Blue. Warzy is an hour into their stream. They're making chicken souvlaki, tzatziki, quick flatbreads, and rice pilaf. So quick flatbreads, get ready for some more quick flatbreads. I'm not sure what they're making right now, but it is looking... I love all of the things that it says. So we're gonna do a little raid over to Warzy Blue. We'll be live, as I mentioned, and we'll probably mention at least one more time on Thursday. So let's start this raid. We're gonna get started. The goodbye.
Okay, bye now.
Goodbye commands should work now. I know we had at the beginning of stream, there was a little whatever. There was a little kerfuffle about that. If they're not on, I don't know. There we go. Okay, cool. Hey, the buy sound and the buy redeem works. Lovely. We have some raid messages in chat as well. We also have some social media links in chat. Best way to support the stream is to go follow or subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. Speaking of YouTube, this is where we end our YouTube experience for today. Thank you for hanging out. If you're watching on YouTube, I appreciate you. Please
like